I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, July 28th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Supervisors Frost.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, July 31st at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Great, thank you. Okay, looking around. Let's see. How about our Deputy County Executive in charge of countywide services, Bruce Wagstaff, leading us in the pledge this morning. Please salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you, Bruce. Okay, in compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make a verbal comment at today's meeting, you can do the following. You can dial the following number, area code 916-875-2500. Again, that's 916-875-2500 to place yourself into a queue. Follow the prompts to select the agenda item to provide public comment. A deputy clerk will transfer you into the meeting when the agenda item is open for public comment. You can also submit a written comment. You can send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and Sac County is SACCOUNTY. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Okay, with that, our first item, please.
For your consent matters, items 1 through 36. For item 33, you're acting as a Sacramento County Water Agency. You're adopting an ordinance amending Title III, Title IV, and Title V of the Sacramento County Water Agency Code relating to the exemption of water development impact fees for certain accessory dwelling units. You waive reading on this on July 11th.
Okay, any member of the board wish to pull an item for separate consideration or vote or comment? Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, just a quick comment, and not so much to the item itself, but I mentioned this to the county executive in briefing, and this is on item 24, where we're going to participate in the repaving of the EVOC course. I continue to have frustration about our inability to do paving work on county roads, and yet we can participate in this to repave the off-vehicle course. And I'm glad again, we're not taking the lead on this, but and I mentioned to Mr. Gill yesterday that, and I'll probably raise it more when we have a discussion on an item that's a hearing item a little later this morning, but you know, we can do work at the airport, we see major freeway work going on, and yet we've yet to pave. We haven't even finished last year's paving in District 5, and we haven't done any this year, and I recognize COVID has impacted all of our districts and so forth, but it's a real frustration. I don't know if there's some contract work or we can figure out another way to do it, but I see projects come through every week on boards' agendas where we're doing all kinds of construction work, and we can't find a way to do paving in this county, and I just think now we need to. And I put the emphasis because again, I understand we're trying to be safe for our employees. I have a lot of force account in District 5, and maybe in some other districts as well. We've got to find a way to get some roads paved this season, if at all possible. I guess that's just my message. And again, it's not, you don't need to comment on item 24. I support it, but it just that I called that out because it's an example of other work that goes on. But we need to find a way to pave roads in this county. Thanks.
Okay. Any others? Supervisor Peters.
Yeah. First, ditto to Supervisor Natoli's comments. And I would like the record to reflect that item 26 I'm going to recuse from to potential conflict of interest.
Okay. Others? I had comments on item 13 and 14. If the clerk can read those together, that'd be appreciated.
Item 13 is the contract for the Sacramento International Airport Taxiway Delta Whiskey and Yankee Rehabilitation bid award in the amount of $5,349,508 to George Reed Incorporated. What was your other item?
14,
14. Would you like me to go ahead and read that now?
please.
14 is a contract for the Sacramento International Airport Landside Roadways Pavement Rehabilitation Project. Bid award in the amount of $1,543,838 to a Tykert & Son Incorporated, doing business as Tykert Construction.
Great, thank you. I just want to make mention of a brief conversation I shared with the CEO during my briefing on these two items yesterday. I fully support both contracts. However, I found it interesting that in item 13, the lowest responsible bid comes in at 23% below the engineer's estimate. And if you look at item 14, the lowest responsible bid comes in at above the engineer's estimate, I think by a lower percentage. But it just goes to show that when we consider these contracts and certainly respect the letter of the law when it comes to what we can and cannot do relative to accepting the contracts based on how low they are and how responsible they are, I nonetheless remain eager to understand, and have asked the CEO to help research something that I think needs to be looked at here. And that is especially when we are asked to consider contracts that come in considerably lower than the engineer's estimate, I'd be really interested to understand if statistically there's any significance to those types of situations where we actually have higher cost overrun over the entirety of the project until the project's accepted by this board. The theory being that you have contractors that come in and bid very low. We have a legal obligation to respect that and consider that accordingly. But at the same time, I just wonder if there's a built-in issue here where we are actually paying perhaps more in the long run to get a project complete because that low bid had to be accepted. But because either materials or labor or both were underestimated, we actually pay more for it in the long run. So I've asked our county executive, Nav Gill, to look into that and look at past contracts to see if there is any statistical significance to that. And I think that would help certainly inform this board in terms of any kind of prospective policy considerations to see that we're continuing to pay close attention to the taxpayers' dollars when it comes to releasing these contracts and making sure that we can come as close to an accurate bid amount as possible for the work that is expected. So I just want to make those comments. With that, is there a motion on consent? We don't have any public comment.
We do.
Oh, we do. Okay.
We have, for item 24, we do have one person that I need to transfer in.
Okay.
And then just want to also let you know you have 4 for off-agenda items.
Gotcha. Okay. We'll
Are you
hear
ready?
public comment on item 24.
Okay, let me get this going. Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes to make your comments. Go ahead and start. And please silence the meeting in the background.
Yes, my name is Robin Ayers. I'm in Chief Frost District. I'm calling it in opposition to item number 24. The county should not be giving additional money to the sheriff. If they want to pay for a roadway that is used strictly for training purposes, that they should either pay for that out of their own budget or let the city pay for that completely. We're in the midst of a pandemic, and choosing to spend over $100,000 towards this roadway is mismanagement. If we are going to use this money, we should be using it to help residents in the county in any number of ways, like COVID testing, supplies, housing assistance, mental health services, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more. Hang
Same item.
on. I'm not sure, actually.
Is there a way to turn it up? It's hard to understand it.
Okay, I'll try.
I think people are speaking on speakerphone. It's very garbled.
Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. And if you're listening to this in the background, could you turn that down or mute it, please? Thank you. Go ahead and start with your comments.
Good morning. My name is Gisela Dewey. I am a resident of Sacramento County, located between East Sacramento and Rancho Cordova, in District 3. For years, I and my neighbors have been upset about illegal fireworks on 4th of July as well as New Year's. Many of my neighbors are senior citizens. Especially disturbing is the fact that fireworks are still being set off as late as of yesterday. The fact is that fireworks cause physical and psychological injuries, i.e. PTSD, scare animals, start grass and house fires, and pollute the environment. In short, they have no redeeming social value. I do understand that nonprofits use the income from fireworks sales to augment their budgets, but the negative impact of fireworks needs to be considered by them. Their good work and reputation is damaged by the impact of the fireworks. It is time to consider an ordinance of banning the sale of fireworks and find methodologies by which this ordinance can be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was obviously off agenda.
Yeah, we have a few more for off agenda, but I'll wait for you to do that. That was my error.
We'll take our vote on consent first. Okay, is there a motion on consent? So moved. Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kennedy, and please let the record show Supervisor Peters recusing herself on item 26. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you. And now we'll go to public comment on items not on the agenda.
Yeah. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Go ahead and start.
On July 11th, I emailed in a letter with concerns regarding the increased use of fireworks in the south part of Sacramento, and I included a large list, at least 5 items, of how fireworks in our neighborhoods have, the use has increased over the years that I've lived here, over 10 years. But specifically, I was addressing the environmental justice issues around fireworks in our area, including the impact on air quality, the illegal trash and debris that's left over from fireworks, which we already have an illegal dumping issue in this area, and we also have, as recorded and documented, poor air quality in this issue, and fireworks, of course, as you all know, negatively impact that. Also, grassland and house fire issues in our area, and the impact on our urban wildlife. But I also wanted to make a point that the 4th of July, just being able to celebrate with fireworks over the 4th of July is inequitable to lots of groups and cultures in our area that don't think of the 4th of July as a great time for celebration. So it's inequitable. So what I am requesting the Board of Supervisors to look into is continued funding of the fireworks task force, to work with state officials to have the state fire marshal funded each year to help dispose of fireworks, a firework amnesty fund so that people aren't just arrested but have an opportunity to turn in illegal fireworks and hand them over, a creation and distribution of educational materials in our areas to help educate people around the dangers and health issues regarding the use of fireworks, And I think that should be in multiple languages, of course. And also working with the state's agriculture inspection station in partnership, and to help identify when illegal fireworks are brought across the state line. And also just to look into the complete outlaw of the use of fireworks in our county, with the exception of those that are put on by legal licensed professionals. I know specifically Supervisor Cerna, you've taken a very active role, especially in the south part of Sacramento, to make sure that we have a balance around health equity issues and a better quality of life in these low-income and underserved areas in our county. And so at this time, I'd like to respectfully request that you review the negative impacts that fireworks have on our low-income and underserved neighborhoods in Sacramento County.
Great. No, go ahead. If you can wrap up your comments, please.
Yep, I'm done.
Okay. Stay on the line. I know that Supervisor Kennedy is in the queue to possibly respond to some of what you said or ask questions, but before he does, since you are in the district I represent, I want to thank you for reaching out on the subject. And I'm also hopeful that you're also speaking with Councilmember Eric Guerra, who is also your city council member as well. Supervisor
Yes,
Kennedy?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the caller. I just wanted to say, and I've been fairly outspoken on this subject, and will continue to be between now and June. But I wanted to thank the caller for calling in, not just for the positions that you took, but the fact that how you articulated a well thought out, well reasoned approach. And it's easy always to say, you want something, you don't want something, but to help us get from here to there is tremendously helpful. So thank you very much for your call.
And I'll just add, too, that you're not alone. There's a growing crescendo of concern that doesn't just happen after every 4th of July, but certainly over the course of years, at least since I've been on this board, from not just the south part of the city and county, but across the entire county as it relates to the impacts of fireworks. So again, we appreciate your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my comment.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Go ahead and start.
My name is Keon Bliss, and I'm in the I live in Supervisor Cerna's district, and I'm calling for two things. First, to support the People's Budget of Sacramento, which is a community-led project that seeks to prioritize and demanding for budgets prioritizing investments in community health and well-being that divest from law enforcement and actually redirects those funds into the services that we actually need, especially during a pandemic. It's not just fiscally irresponsible that 71% of our county's general fund money goes to law enforcement, the courts, and the carceral system, but it's also deeply unethical and morally reprehensible to spend that much on policing in cages over basic health and human services, which is only getting 14% of the current budget. Higher budget for law enforcement doesn't correlate to lower crime rates. That is an academic fact, and anybody that's talking that otherwise is full of shit. But I also want to make clear and remind all of our Board of Supervisors, as well as the county executives, that over 9,000 people have been infected with COVID-19 and 114 people have died here in Sacramento County. And while the city somehow has managed to be transparent in how and where it's spending its $89 million in CARES dollars, there has been absolutely zero transparency around the $181 million CARES dollars that the county is currently spending. So my question to every single board supervisor who is the final vote on the budget that is coming up, as well as responsible for how the county spends its money, where specifically is the county spending its millions of CARES Act funding? How much is going to the county public health services? How much is going to law enforcement, the courts, and the carceral system? These are questions that you need to have answers to. And God help you if it's going majority to law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yes, Mr. Gill. You and I have spoken about the need, and I know that you're going department by department, identifying COVID incurred expenses and trying to find out what qualifies, what doesn't, and all of that. I take it we're going to have that information, and we're going to have a good picture of exactly where CARES is going and gone before the budget?
Yeah, yes, you will. When we present the budget, we have all that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Is it, so just to dovetail on that, are you envisioning a agendized informational item about how, that basically goes over how our CARES Act funding has been deployed thus far and what you foresee in the future as a separate item before final budget or as part of the final budget?
As part of the final budget, when we release that, it'll have all that information in it. Because the CARES Act is until December.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you further about that offline. I think it might be helpful to have a separate agendized informational item before final budget, maybe a week before the final budget hearing.
We can discuss that. Yeah.
That way, I think you get a little more surgical attention by the public and by the board on that, and it helps inform us and prepare us for the following week or 2 weeks when we have final budget consideration.
Okay, yeah, let's discuss it.
Thank you.
3 more.
Okay.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and start.
My name is Lee Miller. I live in District 5. My comments are in regards to the July 4th and illegal fireworks and fireworks in general. This year probably was one of the worst years that I've seen as far as fireworks go. The fireworks have many issues, but here's just a few. Health issues. I went ahead and pulled a report from the State Air Quality Board for the 4th and the 5th, and the particulate matters rose from the norm of 25 PMs to 125 PMs, and there was a similar ratio for nitro oxide as well. As you know, air pollution can trigger asthma attacks, worsen respiratory infections, and lead to the development of lung cancer. They also have these metals in there that I don't think anybody would want to breathe in either. Metals such as copper, lithium, barium, and others that are used not only in batteries but also rat poison. There's also lead, magnesium, nickel, and chromium particles in our air that are so small that they can go deep into our lungs. And this impacts not only vulnerable citizens but also children, war veterans, and our pets. They're the ones that, are susceptible to the stress that is caused by the noise. And of course, there are environmental issues. Grass fire vegetation damages our personal property and public property. Field fires ruin pristine wilderness habitats that make it unlivable for wildlife and also could impact the SMUD grid. It encroaches also on our water supply. On a county level, the board should put the following in place. First and foremost, fund the illegal fireworks task force each year. Pass a social host firework ordinance, which would penalize social hosts such as landlords and tenants who actively or passively aid, allow, or tolerate the possession, manufacture, storage, sale, handling, or use of illegal fireworks on their property. Santa Rosa, Ventura, Pacifica, and Newton, and other counties and cities have passed such an ordinance. Make it illegal to sell any kind of fireworks online. Most illegal fireworks are sold on social media and also on Craigslist. There are 3 fireworks companies operating in Sacramento County. Ban online sales sold in Sacramento County. Place the public on illegal fireworks task force. The task force should report to the Board of Supervisors what actions will be taken for the 4th and New Year's by the end of April of each year. The task force should also report the stats, the number of fireworks-related fires and calls, etc., by the beginning of August of each year at a board meeting and assign a monetary value for each category. I urge the board to follow San Bernardino's example. They have a strong, successful task force program in place to address fireworks. An increase in
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yes, I'm almost done. June and July. So I really encourage the board to put a plan in place in time for New Year's this year.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we've received some comments both in writing as well as obviously the callers this morning. And again, we've echoed these comments, certainly Supervisor Kennedy and others over the last several meetings when we've been in session. I would just say that I think what this needs the attention, not only because I got a response from one of my constituents where it was indicated that Sacramento County didn't even participate in the illegal fireworks task force this year. And I don't mean financially, I just mean we didn't participate. And so there's no excuse for that. If we don't have the financial wherewithal to participate from an enforcement standpoint, those are budgetary decisions made with this board, and obviously if it's under the sheriff's purview, under the sheriff's authority or other departments. But I think we need to take this serious. And we talk about this, we've had this conversation now going on 4 or 5 years, and it needs the attention of folks in the top of our administration, but it also, if we need to have discussion about budgeting to do some enforcement or some outreach, whatever it is, but to continue to be, I think, take the comments that we take from folks, which that's our job, but kind of feel helpless to do anything about it. And we're not going to correct it all overnight. And we're talking in large part about illegal fireworks. Obviously, legal ones present a fire hazard if used incorrectly and so forth. But I just think we need to, again, we're going to consume a lot of time and effort. We put effort into it a year ago. I think it at least had some impact. And here we are again, in July of 2020, and we're hearing about it because people are still seeing fireworks out there. We're not going to change all that overnight, but I would just, I think, really encourage us to get involved at the upper levels of our management to see what we can do to try to stem some of this problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, my name is Maria Calder, and I am a tenant at 2506 Fair Oaks Boulevard, apartment 96, Sacramento, California, 95825. And I'm calling with regards to the extensive black mold conditions that exist on the entirety of the property that have affected the underlying respiratory issues of not only myself and my 2 children, but that of the entire elderly population that is there. They have been allowed to exist and continue, and in my specific apartment alone, impacted our health to the extent that we were forced to the ER with pneumonia and subsequent COVID, and have continued to have a adverse reaction and response to this black mold that actually has displaced us due to the property's lack of response to the established black mold by independent lab testing because they refused to believe that it existed. HUD has been reported to, code enforcement has been reported to, health department has been reported to, and I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to take this under consideration for an investigation to appropriately occur. Again, my name is Maria Calder. I have 2 minor children. We have severe underlying respiratory issues, disabilities, physical and mental PTSD, and have suffered significant impact both from the pneumonia exposure to the black mold established and COVID-19, and the property management's lack of appropriate remediation response that has displaced us and segregated myself and my 2 sons. And I would like to have a follow-up on this with the tax dollars utilized at the Board of Supervisors, supporting it with an appropriate investigation because of these outstanding issues that have occurred since February through to date. My phone number is 470-4118-8586, Once again, 470-418-8586. And this has been medically documented as well by my doctor with those reports written and provided to code enforcement. And I'm asking that these entities and agencies be used to actually implement what they're there for and respond to that.
Supervisor Peters?
Thank you for calling, Ms. Calder. I didn't have time to look up your address to see whether you're in my district, but I think you are. And I would ask you to either send an email or call my office at 916-874-5471, and we can get a little more information and discuss what department would respond to your complaint. That'd be very helpful.
And ma'am, that would be wonderful. May I have the spelling of your name just so that I get it correctly?
Sure, 916-874-5471. It's online also at saccounty.net under the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, ma'am. Just the last name. I just wanted to make sure I made a notation of that.
Your last name.
My name. Oh, I'm sorry. Peters.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you for your time, and I appreciate what you do, and I do look forward to following up with this, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you.
One more. Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Stacy Meyer. On July 25th, I made an open records request with the county. Since then, I've reached out to and garnered the interest of several groups, including people with the Sacramento Libertarian Party, Republican Party, and California Women of Liberty, as well as other groups. The questions asked in my public records request are as follows. 1. What is the California Constitution or California Government Code with regards to gubernatorial executive orders enabling statutes to create a state of emergency that grants funding to the county and overrides the ability of the county to act on their own volition? Number 2, what is the duty of the County Board of Supervisors during the current COVID-19 related state of emergency? And number 3, what is the board currently doing to stay in compliance per their reliance on the executive order and enabling codes? Yesterday, I received a reply from the county council stating that my request will be delayed beyond the 10 days from the department's receipt of my request, basically because it will take too much time and work, and that the department will respond to my request if they deem my request disclosable, only after normal operations resume. My request was straightforward and should be relatively easy to answer, but it's clearly being dodged. Why is that? I'm hearing that the county's position is that you're unable to proclaim an end to the local emergency and are basically enslaved by the state. When is the last time you even discussed the merits of the local emergency in one of these supervisors' meetings? I'm also hearing that you're going along to get more money for the county. If so, you are selling out your constituents, and yes, I'm calling you on it. Show me how you've legally been absolved of your responsibilities. As our representatives, I believe you have the duty to oversee and account for the monies dispersed to this county, even during the supposed emergency, and you still have the duty to protect the constitutional rights of the citizens you represent. If anybody in the public has interest in this topic, please contact me at freesacramento@yahoo.com. I look forward to your response to my open records request without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right.
So who will handle the request from last caller? Is that OES or county council or what?
I can look into it. I'm not aware of this request, but I can look into it if that's fine with the county exec.
Absolutely. We work with county council with those requests,
Okay.
so we'll work with them.
All right, great.
Okay, so your first hearing item is item 37. This is to support the proposed concepts and direct the Director of Transportation to work with the Sacramento Area Council of Governments on its regional funding process to provide a more streamlined, predictable, and equitable approach to funding regional and local priorities.
Good morning, Chair Cerna and members of the board. My name is Ron Vicari. I'm the Director of Transportation for Sacramento County. Move this aside. We're here today to talk about the SACOG Regional Funding Program and how federal and state funding comes to the county through SACOG. As you know, we've heard earlier this morning, funding for public infrastructure is becoming more and more scarce and hard to come by. For the last year and a half, myself and other public works directors have spent a great deal of time looking to see how we can better utilize the money that does come to us through SACOG to meet our constituents, to serve our constituents and meet our local priorities, while also working to make sure that we meet the regional priorities. I'm going to start off talking about the background. I want to talk about the goals that we set out to achieve, the existing deficiencies, and then I'll get to our proposal. SACOG manages certain state and federal funds for transportation projects. They don't manage all the funds, but they are our main source. Prior to 2002, we received our money on a formula basis. Post-2002, SACOG moved to a competitive program where they had each jurisdiction apply for their funds in a competitive way. Sorry, we can go right here. Thank you, Rick. Placer and El Dorado County continue to receive their funds on a formulaic basis. And to be clear, Placer and El Dorado County receive their funds. They then distribute funds directly to projects formulaically. They also set aside money to leverage other projects. And they also have a competitive program, so it's a mixture that best serves.
Ron, can you explain a little bit more what you mean when you say formulaic? Because I know in my briefing with you and perhaps with other supervisors, you throw that term around pretty loosely, and I just want to make sure the public that might be watching and is interested in the subject understands what you mean by formulaic.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, we so the current proposal is to distribute the money formulaically. But what I mean by formulaic is that the money comes to SACOG based on either population or a combination of population and road miles. So our current proposal is that money would distribute out to the jurisdictions based on those same factors, the way it comes in. We also include what SACOG refers to as special districts, but basically regional transit and Caltrans, that they would receive their historical averages on what we call a formulaic basis, so they also would be able to have their money to better accommodate their priorities and meet their priorities.
Great, thank you.
So many agencies are requesting changes to the funding program to streamline and maximize efficiencies. The process has become inefficient and expensive. So the goals that we set out to accomplish are to maximize VMT reductions, to increase level of service, reduce greenhouse gases, to be able to focus on state of good repair, and also to keep safety at the forefront. We want to provide predictability and agility in funding. We want regional leadership for regional projects. And most importantly, we want local leadership for local projects. Again, we want to work as a region to accomplish the regional goals, but we want to better serve our constituents and be able to address our individual priorities. We want to maximize the dollars to the region through leveraging, and we want to simplify the application process. So what are the existing challenges? First and foremost, the most important is the lack of predictability. Without predictability, we are unable to develop a 5-year plan or longer plans. We're not able to leverage.
Could you, I'm sorry, Ron, go back to this predictability. So compare, there'd be a good opportunity for you to discuss how the money does get to you and why you can't have predictability.
Yes. Thank you for the question. Yes, for currently the way it works is that we compete every year, and do not have any predictability or control over what subsequent years will bring to the county.
Because?
Because it just starts all over. It's a competitive process that is awarded based on a group of people that get together and award those projects that don't necessarily, or to this date, do not consider agency priorities. So to the extreme that we may build a first phase of a project, we aren't even given any certainty that subsequent phases will be able to continue. So there is no predictability from year to year. There's no money that we have control over as part of it. It's 100% competitive at this point.
So I want to just use Fair Oaks Boulevard and Carmichael as an example there, where I'm not sure what year the original estimate came in, but it's been going on for, I would say, 8 years maybe, where that would have been a project that was built in all one phase, but it ended up, because of these rules, being broken into 3 phases, and has taken 8 or 10 years, and is more expensive because as time goes on, costs go up. So, and then we didn't know whether we were going to get the money from year to year because of the application process. So I think that's an uncomplicated example of what can happen there.
And in addition to the continuous disruption as we built multiple phases, including
our constituents
actually,
are really happy about that.
And we're in the middle of that project now. So, and if you go all the way back to actually the first phase that went from Cypress, went all the way down to Cypress. This has been over a decade of working on Fair Oaks Boulevard, but it's in fact what we're trying to get at, and that's breaking a project into 4 phases, adds to the disruption to the community, increases the cost of delivery, and really is an ineffective way. So if we can lay out a 7-year plan that we as staff recommendation and the board can agree that we're going to address certain projects in year 1, recognizing that in year 3, year 5, and year 7, you'll be able to see that all of our priorities will get addressed in that time frame. We can begin to prioritize and deliver projects much more effectively. And that was the segmenting the projects. The limited maintenance funding, again, Sacramento County, we are fully aware, and I think we just heard Supervisor Natoli and speak to it, and Supervisor Peters seconded earlier this morning. We are looking for every dollar we can get to try to address our pavement issues. We have a PCI of 50. There's other jurisdictions that are built more recently, newer roads, have PCIs in the 70s that may not want the same level of funding coming out of this program to go towards Fix It First. Their priorities may be somewhere else. And so again, this is working together as a region, but being able to accomplish our individual priorities. Sacramento County needs to set some of our federal and state funding towards our roads, as it's one of the biggest priorities, if not the biggest priorities, in the transportation portion of our county. There's no guarantee that agency priorities will be addressed. Local priorities are not recognized.
Can you go back to the individuals of the committee process?
Sorry, to what? Can I go back to which part?
The previous dot.
Oh, project selection is divided by individuals who may not be familiar with our priorities. Oftentimes, they're from a jurisdiction that's far away that is not familiar with the roads. Almost always, they're not familiar with where it fits in our priorities, where it fits in our general plan, where it fits in our CIP, where it is on our priority list. I personally give the example, I've taken part and been on those committees where someone is offered to go travel the roads over the weekend because they weren't aware of any of the majority of them. And so we want to again make sure that we're being able to accomplish our priorities.
Ron?
Yes, sir.
So forgive the pun, but is that a two-way street? Does that mean that we don't understand their priorities as well?
Well, that means that the group that is determining and awarding the projects may not have the best information necessary to determine what projects should move forward. I know that from my perspective, and I know from your perspective as board members, even of the projects that we put forward, sometimes we're amazed at what gets awarded, and we think, how did our number one priority not receive funding? And maybe our fifth, what we would consider our fifth, did. Again, it's a group of people not familiar with where it is in our priorities, but they may not even be familiar with that roadway.
But the reason I ask the question is, the way I understand the current system is we're competing, right? We're competing with the other member counties, the sub-region, I guess. And I'm just wondering if you're explaining this as a challenge or a problem that they don't understand our priorities. Does that also mean that we sometimes don't understand theirs in the course of competing? And so maybe there's some merit to what you're suggesting here, not just for Sacramento County, but for some other counties as well.
Absolutely. We have been working. This is a proposal that's been put together by the Public Works and Transportation Directors of all the regions, because we all see the benefit. And again, one size doesn't fit all. And so we want Folsom and Elk Grove to be able to accomplish their priorities that may not have anything to do with Fix It First, or may. But as long as we work to a region, what this has really brought together is regional cooperation. We really have found a way, and we saw it in other elements, found a way to kind of work together as a region, but also try to work with each other to try to make sure that our own individual priorities are being met. So no guarantee agency priorities will be addressed. Local priorities are not recognized in the current process. No funding strategy for large regional projects. Current focus is on smaller, medium-sized. And the lack of funding flexibility, being 100% competitive, keeps us from being able to move money from projects that are being delayed. It actually decreases deliverability. And what I mean by that, currently, if we have state and federal funds on a project that receives a delay for any reason, it could be an environmental lawsuit, it could be all sorts of reasons that delay projects. If we have a guaranteed funding, we can move the project from that project that's delayed to a project that's ready to be delivered and keep the money flowing and increase our deliverability record. As it sits today, if that project is delayed with no ability or insurance or predictability that we'll have the money available to backfill that project, we can't remove the money from that project. So the project sits on that project until which time we can work our way through the delays. It's a really tough way and it really decreases the deliverability of our projects. One of the nice things about having this particular group working together is we are the ones that are responsible for delivering the projects. And hopefully, through this proposal, we'll bring to SACOG, who is not in the position of delivering projects, some of the frustrations and some of the ways that we think we do have a great record in this region for delivery, but we think we can make it even better.
Ron, Supervisor Tully has a question or a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Just as you've gone through those, I wanted to be clear, and I know you included quite a bit of discussion in the written staff report, but when you talk about the funding flexibility, again, on major projects that compete, and you say 100% competitive, so does our maintenance funding, again, we have this competitive process, and then we have the internal process to the county, and I assume respective cities and other counties likewise. But do we have to, because there's different funding streams that SACOG administers, obviously, and some of those are dedicated, but you're saying it's 100% competitive. So even our maintenance funding, we compete with maintenance in the other 4 counties, and how does that fare when it comes to, fair in the sense, how does it match up against the big projects? And because some of those couldn't be used for maintenance, or could they all be used for maintenance? I want to be clear about this. So
yeah. So past practices since 2002 to present, there has been different categories, of which Fix It First falls into one of many categories. They do compete, and so projects, for instance, on overlays in which I guess the perfect example of how an overlay would be a competitive project is if it currently doesn't have bike lanes And when you overlay it, it gives you the opportunity to restripe. If you can add bike lanes to that project at that time, that becomes a much more competitive project to one that, for instance, does not have the width. So that you're unable to make those types of modifications. So it's those types of things that, but we do in fact compete. We do put our overlay projects that we think will be the most competitive. And of course, the other limited sources that we have, will have to be used to build those projects that aren't able to compete.
So just using your example, because I think it goes to, some of the concern, again, obviously I've been pretty verbal about this, and you've heard it, but, my colleagues as well, as we've talked about road priorities and so forth. But, if you drive through many of our suburban neighborhoods, but certainly into the rural areas, we don't even have shoulders. You got some packed gravel along the side of in a roadside ditch. It would be, completely out of character. And not that you would be nice to have a wider road, but we can't maintain the 2-lane widths that we have in a lot of those cases. And I mean, talk about good state of repair. It's a sad state of repair. It's an embarrassment to me anyway. And I'll take responsibility for decisions that I make at this dais. But to think that, in order to be competitive, then you've got to bring, again, bike lanes may be great in some of the major arterials or streets going through complete streets and neighborhoods and such. But how do we compete then? And how when we can drive these other counties, and you know where the county line begins and ends in some cases, I can tell you, by the way the road surface is maintained. And again, that's no reflection on our Department of Transportation, but I guess my question in all of this is that if that's what you have to build into the project, how does a rural road ever compete in that, compete in that process? And secondly, even our suburban neighborhoods. I'll take Rosemont, for example. I was doing a drive-through last night on the south of Kiefer. I mean, some of those pavement surfaces are terrible. They're terrible. But how would we compete if you didn't put a bike lane in there? Because you may not have the width to what you just said. And so in order to do that, we're always, if I take it correctly, for the last 18 years and going forward, if we stay under this process, we're going to be in a constant situation. We're going to be churning and be frustrated and not be able to have the latitude to use those where applicable, and certainly to, have more walkable, bikeable streets when it pertains to that. But in a lot of cases, it doesn't. So how will this improve that? I guess that's my question. How are we going to then, if there are ties to air quality and to mobility and so forth, and we get a formulaic funding, are we going to have more latitude as this Board of Supervisors and subsequent boards of supervisors to make those decisions and to actually prioritize getting to a better state of repair than where we are right now?
Yes, and absolutely, you're hitting on one of the biggest frustrations that we've had. So the idea is we would come to this board with staff recommendations for a 5 or 7 year plan. It would be a plan for not only utilizing, which is the majority of our federal and state funds coming through SACOG, but we would be able to target that over the 7-year period. It is in fact true that there's projects that we need to use other fundings, which is very scarce, because the projects that you're talking about aren't real competitive. And so we have to balance that. We need to help the region build the goals, but we'll have a 7-year plan that utilizes not only the SACOG funding, but other funding to show that we're able to meet the priorities in each district.
So President Tully, just if I can jump in as he's explaining that, to the point that you asked, this proposal gives the control of that money to this board. So it's the priorities that the board has. We'll give you a 7-year plan. We have, we'll be able to work with you closer. I know that we have a formulaic approach. A couple of years ago, we talked about, should we have a different approach on how road money comes in? That's the conversation we want to have if this change happens. And I'm just going to use as illustration, if District A needs more money this year than working with the board, let's put the money in District A, realizing that we take care of that. We don't do patchwork, and next year it could be District B or District E. But that's the control we're seeking, is with you to tell us how to do it, and also, as Ron's saying, still do the regional, still do all the stuff that we need to do. Be good partners there, but a lot of that control we want with you to go through that.
And if I could, just, again, I know others want to weigh in, but to that point, again, the major projects, we need to be competitive, and those require going through funding cycles and pulling down other state and federal monies and, and Prop 1 monies and so forth. But if you had a concerted effort over 5 or 7 years where you talk about $30 million on this proposal, and you put, 4/5 of that every year into state of good repair and maintenance, you could do a heck of a lot of good work, and you could get the system to where it could be, maintained. But the way we're going at it right now, to your point, Nav, is we patch a section here, and then it's, 10 years before you get to the next section, and then we fill some potholes, and I mean, it's just bad out there. I mean, and if anybody hasn't driven those neighborhoods, I can give you some directions. I'm sure 4 other members could as well, where you want to drive. But would we have the ability, if we needed to even postpone for a year or two anyway, a major project, and say, we're going to take this money, even including the match money, we don't want to lose monies over here, and we don't want to, not be able to do congestion relief and other important projects. But I mean, just go all in on road maintenance and state of good repair. I think we can make a difference. And I mean, crank out the contracts and get some repaving done, do some of the things if you need to do a bike lane here and there and so forth. But otherwise, you're just playing with this. And we lose ground every day. And that's evident to me. It's evident to anybody that I said, follows this. And you're never going to catch up, even if you had another 5 or 10 million. That's not going to be sufficient. So I guess my question again to you, under what you're thinking about here, we would have the latitude to, even if we had to, again, it'd be a choice of this board, to put a project or two on hold over here and say we're going to go all in for road maintenance, in a given year or a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
Do we have that? Would we have that flexibility? Would this give us that flexibility?
Again, we have to be a regional partner, but in fact, that is the case. This board would be making the decisions as to what percentage of our funding would be going to each element, and if there's a time in which there has to be a bigger emphasis on state of good repair, then this board can make that decision. And the best part about what we're proposing is that other jurisdictions do not have to make that same decision. They may have different priorities. And just a quick example, I believe, and these numbers aren't going to be exact, but I believe last time we wrote $20 million worth of applications for Fix It First, and we received one project, probably around $2.8 million. I mean, those are within the ballpark, but we wrote over $20 million worth of applications, received around $2 million. This would give our board and our staff a recommendation to decide where our priorities are, what portion of the money needs to go to that, where are our high priority corridor projects, rather than get $2 million on 4 different corridors. Maybe we focus on one this year, but we need to know that we can count on the other corridors in year 3 and year 5 to be able to agree that we're going to put all our money in one on year 1. And so again, it gives us the ability to meet our constituents' priorities, but keeping in mind that there's a regional objective. We have to be a partner in the region. It's important to us to meet greenhouse gas reductions. We need to build projects that are in the MTP SCS. So it's, again, but it's the discussion made here, meeting our priorities. Sure. Yes.
Just to not lose the train of thought that Supervisor Tully's kind of teed up here. I know others want to chime in here. But does that mean also, Ron, that what you're proposing today introduces the concept of greater proportionality to how scarce resources would be or could be appropriated? Because when I hear 2.8 million for a county the size of us compared to a county the size of Yuba or Sutter, it doesn't seem like a whole lot of funding.
Fairness.
The funding that's at stake, just to be clear, in this round is a $200 million round, of which, based on the county's fair share, which we're proposing, based on a population or a combination of population road miles, is about $60 million. We are the largest jurisdiction. So it's a biannual, so it's about $30 million a year to give you an example.
To your point, yes, it does give you more control on it, the numbers that Ron used. You will have, if we go with that $30 million a year, this board will have $30 million to apportion out where they need to. The example Ron used is that we put in for 20, we got 2.6 million to do different kind of work. So you will have 30 versus 2.6 million.
Okay. Now we're in the realm of no-brainer, but okay.
Just the last point, and I know others want to. So, again, I hear what you're saying, Nav, and I think that's important because, again, it's one thing to submit a whole list of projects, but then you're going to require us to prioritize. And again, we've had that conversation many times, and even to the point where off and on over the last few years, we put some general fund money in, but it's been about as much as we got in that one funding round. One year we put $2 million in. We put $1 million in last year. So, I like the idea, but I would say if this proceeds forward, we got to get back to us post haste then to have that conversation about where we go forward.
If we
with
are
this.
successful with SACOG, we have that. The policy discussion, we want to come back to you. I kind of alluded to it. Is right now we have a very prescribed manner on how we give money to different districts. We want to come back and have that discussion. The state that we're in, is the board willing to look at a different way to look at it, where we take care of different items regardless of the district? And once we get to a point that the board feels comfortable, we can then revert back to look at it by district. But I think the severity of the nature that we're hearing from every one of you with all our drive-by, we do need an infusion of cash. We want to have that discussion, because if we take the 30 and then we further start allocating it by percentage, we're going to be in the same
right
boat.
now, we don't have anything to talk about.
We have nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Supervisor Peters?
Just a couple of odd items. I wanted to make sure if someone's listening that they understand the committee that makes this decision is a committee appointed by the SACOG staff. And then you've been talking about your group of guys. That's the directors of transportation for all the jurisdictions in the Sacramento County. When you say we've been working together and we're working regionally, all that. So this proposal has brought all those groups together with this idea, and in fact has been voted on by most, if not all, the jurisdictions in Sacramento County, and all but 2 are in favor of it. So I just wanted to make sure that was about the committees. And are you going to discuss at some time your proposal on the percentages split, let's say? You would leave, last I heard, you were talking about 75% to go directly to the jurisdictions and 25% stays in the pot for regional funding, regional projects to be funded. And I realize that that number isn't set in stone yet, but did you want to discuss that?
Yeah, so the current proposal is that 75% would go to the jurisdictions formulaically, and also to special districts, regional transit and Caltrans, and 25 would be left in the pot for regional projects and competitive programs. There is some programs that require that you compete, a small percentage of them. So we know that there's going to be a mixture competitive. And I do want to say that our goal is to work with SACOG. This has been it's been a frustration of mine for over a decade. We've been fully engaged in this for a year and a half because this funding round is so significant at $200 million. But we're looking to SACOG to take this into consideration and to work with us. And so that's the current proposal, and we're going to continue to work through that. But it does sit at 75% formulaic, 25% would be competitive and would remain.
So that would
under
help
SACOG.
smaller jurisdictions who don't have the ability to get enough money together for a project. They would compete in that 25% category.
And I would say that our proposal also helps smaller jurisdictions in that we've agreed as a region that receiving our money formulaically, if you were a small jurisdiction and you had a $3 million project, however, your formula allocation is at $1.5 million, we would work with that. Maybe it's not year one, but maybe in year 2, that jurisdiction can get their $3 million to build their project. In the subsequent years, they would not receive funding until that became an equitable. And so again, this proposal also helps smaller jurisdictions. Again, we want to work as a region. It's in my best interest for the other regional partners to be able to accomplish their priorities, but most importantly, we need to accomplish ours.
Sue.
Thank you.
Sue, do you have a comment?
I just wanted to clarify. So this is something that you will be working with SACOG, but this will then need to come to the SACOG board for approval once you work this out with the formulaic funding
I think we're to a final proposal from.
So,
Or does this have to be approved by SACOG, the board also?
So currently, what we understand, well, the way it left off in the last board meeting was board members, including some of you, had spoke up about this proposal that had been put in. Some were in favor. Some also asked for some scenarios to be brought back. We're hoping that they reach out to us and work with us to develop those. But the committees are in what we hear is that the committees in early August will be discussing this, and that it will be in front of the board in late August. That's what we've heard to date.
And this will put your proposal in front of the board. And because SACOG has a different idea about it.
We have to request it to be put on the agenda at SACOG.
So to date, we have not heard, we have actually been told that SACOG does not want to consider the formulaic portion. They've addressed many other things in our proposal, which are some of the things that don't get me wrong, we've been frustrations for a decade, but they're not the biggest issue, which is the formula distribution. And what we've said is that our goal is to be able to plan and predict and to be able to also leverage. If we need to get to a spot that this round, we can count on those two things for this to be successful. And so we hope to continue to work with them, and that's what this is to try to be able to get to that point before it comes to the SACOG board.
I think what we will request, if the board's so willing today, is that if you agree with this approach, is that we will look at our SACOG members to help take this item to the SACOG board. We have, as Ron mentioned, some of the suburban cities have also endorsed this thing, but it has to be heard by the SACOG board, whatever committee, wherever it needs to go. Have the SACOG board take a vote on this item, but Ron to continue working with SACOG staff to bring it forward.
So it's been a few years since I've been on the board, but I know that Supervisors Frost, Peters, and Kennedy have been serving as our trio on SACOG for a while now. Does that mean then, and I'm kind of looking to my colleagues, does that mean that if this is approved today, a request would be made presumably by one or all three of our SACOG reps to agendize this?
I would suggest we send a formal letter.
Okay.
We haven't gotten to that point yet because it's been out amongst all the other jurisdictions, and I think we ought to ask the other jurisdictions to send a letter to the.
Agreed.
Okay.
Because it
formalize it.
Keeps being pushed aside.
That helps to understand the context of what we're being asked to consider today in terms of next steps, at least it does for me, so appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, do you actually want to conclude your?
No, I won't go through because we've hit on every item other than I do want to just end by making sure I was clear that we're asking for a similar process to what's still being done in Placer and El Dorado. When they shifted away from formulaic, Placer and El Dorado have continued to do what we're asking to go back to doing. And so, again, as we look to considerations, it's being done. It's successful. There's something we can look to guidance.
Great. Thank you, Ron. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not what I was going to say, but you kind of sparked it's always been a bit of an annoyance of mine that El Dorado and Placer don't have skin in the game, yet they have a vote on our projects. That's always kind of bothered me, but that wasn't my comment. I guess my overall comment on this was that I've been kind of a hard one to come over on this one because I really strongly feel, and I think that the problems of the Bay Area in the last 30, 40 years show that you really need a regional approach to transportation, that jurisdiction by jurisdiction is tough to do and do it right and successfully in a way that makes sense. That being said, I also made those comments months ago under the context that we were going to have a Measure A, which we're obviously at minimum of 2 years off from having a Measure A, if ever. So therefore, the county being in the predicament that it's in due to our budget, and with all of the comments notwithstanding of Supervisor Natoli and others, I have reluctantly come along and think that you know, I was elected to represent, at the end of the day, the people of District 2 in Sacramento County. And I think that this is one of my constituents right there. And I think that this is actually what's best for the county. So.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
No, you don't, not for this item.
All right. Thank you, Ron, for answering our questions, being patient, getting through your presentation. At this point,
I'll move the recommended action.
it's been moved by Supervisor Peters, seconded
Including, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt, including having a letter come from this board to SACOG requesting that it be put on the agenda with enough time to discuss it and speakers be allowed.
Okay. I would suggest that with that letter that all 5 of us sign it.
Got it. We will work with everybody.
Okay.
Okay, so motion including the letter idea by Supervisor Peters, second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, is staff or is somebody, maybe it's Ron's staff, are you going to work with your colleagues, to also encourage them to do the same as far as those that have already voted or are going to write a letter as well?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, next item, please.
Okay, so I just want to point out that items 38 through 41 are your public hearings, but I do have to read those individually through 43. We do have to take individual votes on that, but we're just going to go through those. These are your delinquent hearings, lien hearings. So for 38, it's a hearing to lien delinquent solid waste service charges and adoption of resolution ordering delinquent solid waste service charges be collected on the property tax roll. And you do need to open the public hearing and close it for each one of these items.
Okay. All right. Do we have any minimal staff report?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Cerna and members of the board. Ben Lamera, Director of Finance. And these next 6 board items, numbers 38 through 43, they're hearings to lien the delinquent service charges, that being solid waste, storm, drainage, and water, and also the utility taxes on accounts. And this will allow them to be collected on the property tax bills. For item number 41, you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency Board. These accounts that were delinquent as of March 1st, 2020, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So for item number 38, that is the solid waste service charges in the hearing.
Okay. That includes your staff report for all 6?
That is my staff report for all 6.
Okay, very good. All right, I will go ahead and open the public hearing for 38. Do we have any public comment?
No, you do not for any of those items.
Very good, thank you. I will close the public hearing. Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, just, I know you've got a hearing on 38, but on item 40, I don't know if everybody's printout came out like mine, but there's something went haywire.
I'm sorry?
Mine reads, it goes on and on. There's letters and symbols and all kinds of things.
I can ask them to bring down, if one of the clerks are listening, could you bring down item 40?
I don't necessarily need it, but I mean, if that's what went out to the public, all I'm saying is that
It didn't go out to the public that way. No, it's probably a printing error.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, the only reason I call it out because again, you asked to put the liens on. That's fine.
Yeah, it's not like that on the
Item last
online.
week that was printed in some of the gobbledygook.
It's code.
Code?
It's
Okay.
It's code.
You have to be in the gang.
I just need a translator then, so, okay, that's all right. Again, I know there's a lot of, I just want to be sure from the standpoint of we're taking action on these. Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
So are we, just a procedural question, are we expected to, am I expected to open the public hearing item for each individual?
For each one, correct. I'm going to read every title into the record.
Okay, but we're taking individual votes on these too?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So we've had public hearing open and closed. We've heard the staff report on this. Questions by Supervisor Tully. Any further deliberation by the board? If not, entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Supervisor Frost, second by Supervisor Tully. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Item 39 is a hearing to lien delinquent storm drainage service charges and adoption of resolution ordering delinquent storm drainage service charges be collected on the property tax roll.
Very good, thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, any members of the public comment?
No public comments for any of these.
Very good. I will close the public hearing. Any comment or question? If not, entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Kenny, second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
I'm sorry, it was moved by
Supervisor Kennedy.
unanimous vote.
Very good.
For item 40, this is a hearing to lien delinquent utility taxes and adoption of resolution ordering delinquent utility taxes be collected on the property tax roll.
Okay, open the public hearing. I know that there are no public comments. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration. Entertain a motion.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Frost, second by Supervisor Holly. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay.
For item 41, you're acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency, hearing to lien delinquent water use service charges and adoption of resolution ordering delinquent water use service charges be collected on the property tax roll. The impact areas for this one is City of Elk Grove, City of Rancho Cordova, and the unincorporated county.
Great, thank you. Go ahead and open the public hearing. Knowing that there are no public comments, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for a motion.
So
moved by Supervisor Holly, second by Supervisor Kenny. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Item 42, hearing to lien, you're acting now as the Board of Supervisors, hearing to lien delinquent storm drainage service charges be for the City of Rancho Cordova, and adoption of resolution ordering delinquent storm drainage service charges for the City of Rancho Cordova be collected on the property tax roll.
Thank you. Open the public hearing. No public comment. Close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board for a vote. Entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Kennedy. Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Item 43, hearing to lien delinquent storm drainage service charges for the City of Citrus Heights, and adoption of resolution ordering delinquent storm drainage service charges for the City of Citrus Heights be collected on the property tax roll.
Okay, open the public hearing. Seeing no public comment, close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board for a motion. Moved by Supervisor Kennedy.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tully. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
That concludes your hearings for that.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just before Ben leaves, if I could, though, now the board took action earlier this year in light of the pandemic to, particularly as it related to solid waste and to water agency charges, as did sewer district, to not have the penalties. Obviously, the bills will be due, but not to have the penalties accrue. That's been coordinated with your office, Ben, because obviously it was probably too soon to reflect it in the stats here, but there will be the ability then, before they went to lien, folks would still have outstanding charges for those services rendered, but they would not, at least under the moratorium we put in place for the year, not have penalties and penalty assessments assigned to them. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so we are working with both water and solid waste on addressing those.
Okay, and sanitation district as well.
And sanitation.
Right. So they could still be lien, but only for the non-payment of the actual charge itself, right? So assuming next year we're here, obviously we have these annually. In 2021, we would have, for those that hadn't paid their bill, that would still be lienable, but it would not include, under the current set of circumstances anyway.
I have Wendy Randolph here. She's been working with those agencies.
Yeah, I'm just curious about delinquencies, and people can still, how that is going to be reflected. I don't want to get too far ahead of it here, but I know there is some relief, at least in what we offered folks. So
she can address a little bit more of that.
Good morning, Wendy Randolph with Utility Billing.
Hey.
We've been blocking delinquency fees based on customer request, and so if we get to this point next year, if account they've still not been paying the bill, it will not include delinquencies.
It wouldn't include delinquencies, but it would still be lienable for the charges that were being charged, but with no delinquencies.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, very good. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, next item, please.
Item 44, accept the draft final Sacramento International Airport Master Plan and forward to the Office of Planning and Environmental Review for the environmental review pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2020 Master Plan Update for Sacramento International Airport. So before I begin, I would like to take a moment to thank NAV and our Director, Cindy Nickel, for their leadership and support throughout the process. I also want to recognize the department staff who contributed to the development of this document, especially the team members with the planning and environmental section of the department. This document is a major undertaking and took several years to complete. The 2020 Master Plan Update couldn't be completed without their dedication and expertise of not just our staff, but also our consultants. So to start, let me provide you a general overview of an airport master plan. An airport master plan is a comprehensive study that describes short, medium, and long-term development plans to meet future aviation demands. It comprises a continuum of efforts include inventory of existing airport conditions and the development of aviation forecasts, facility requirements, and alternatives for future development. It also documents development recommendations and preferred alternatives. The previous airport master plan for Sacramento International Airport was adopted by the board in 2004. The Department of Airports had previously started to draft a master plan update in 2014, provided the initial draft to the department's Technical Advisory Committee for review in 2016, but did not bring to the board for adoption due to subsequent aggressive growth that the airport experienced. The 2020 Master Plan Update began with a detailed review of efforts and documents associated with the 2016 Draft Master Plan, and the 2020 Master Plan Update is more of a refinement from previous master plans. As mentioned in the previous slide, an Airport Master Plan Update is a continuum of efforts, and as such, refinement tasks associated with this master plan included aviation forecast update of terminal requirements, and update to landside requirements. Most of the alternatives related to general aviation, air cargo, support facilities, and non-aeronautical development were carried forward from the 2016 master plan. It's important to note that the 2020 master plan update was initiated before COVID-19. All development implementation is based on planning activity levels and not specific forecast years to accommodate unforeseen events such as COVID-19. So in the next slide, I will go in a little bit more detail on explaining what I meant by planning activity levels. Planning activity level essentials are triggers for future development, and it's derived from in-plane passenger forecast. The table in this slide provides the in-plane passenger for Sacramento International Airport, which projected 3 growth scenarios, as you can see: baseline, low growth, and high growth. To the right of the table, you will see a column noted as AAGR, or Average Annual Growth Rate. AAGR is derived from aviation forecast analysis and is approved by the Federal Aviation Administration. In reviewing the previous master plans, the department decided to use planning activity levels, or PALs, as triggers instead of targeting specific year or years for future large capital improvement projects. To provide the department flexibility to accommodate faster or slower growth, the year noted with each PAL on the top is the approximate year when each PAL will be realized and was identified prior to COVID-19. So to further explain or use an example to better explain PAL, I will use one of the projects we identified in the master plan. The department identified taxiway A reconfiguration is needed when PAL reaches approximately 8 million passengers. Under the baseline forecast scenario, the department anticipates to initiate this project approximately around PAL 2, as you can see from the baseline forecast. If slow growth is experienced, such as negative impact due to COVID-19, tax area reconfiguration is not needed until later time, or PAL 3. If the airport continues to experience aggressive growth, such as we experienced 2018, 2019, this project needs to be accelerated to between PAL 1 and PAL 2 under high growth scenario.
PJ, can I interrupt?
Yes, sir.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
Since you're on the subject of how we account for growth and growth pressures that affect activity levels at the airport, I have a fundamental interest in understanding kind of whether or not there's a sphere of influence, if you will, of the airport. The airport was completed in 1967. It's been out there long before there was suburban growth out there. Is part of the growth scenario, or just the entirety of the environmental review process, does it begin with some understanding of kind of what the footprint of the sphere of influence is for the airport in that part of Sacramento County?
Absolutely. So part of the forecast analysis is not just looking at aircraft activity levels or passenger numbers. It goes out to a much bigger or more a macro level, the entire region. Look at economic factors, look at growth factors, look how are we building residential homes. All these are factors.
Let's be clear.
Yeah.
We haven't approved those homes. The city of Sacramento has approved those homes.
But we have to understand the trends and how fast the rooms are, the homes are being developed. So we have to take those into consideration as we project what the, as you see in the table, the annual average growth factor. Those take into account all these factors, and we also have to coordinate the growth trends closely with the FAA. They have their own analysis, and it has to be somewhat consistent. So even looking at bigger a national level, how do we compare to a national level?
And I assume that as part of the environmental review process, early and often we include, we reach out to, we notify, we otherwise make sure that the city of Sacramento, as a partner jurisdiction, has every opportunity to understand that sphere of influence of the airport, what growth considerations we take into our airport system takes into consideration that affects intents for future expansion, that kind of thing.
Right. So I will talk a little bit more down the slide as part of the CEQA environmental process. There are opportunities for public or other agencies in the region that could comment on our plant development and the potential impact of our development, whether it's environmental, whether it's other type of impact. The CEQA process provides those opportunities for not just public, but other local jurisdictions to provide comments.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Supervisor Kennedy.
So I take it that when a project like what Supervisor Stern is talking about comes through, we are pretty aggressive and active in making sure that we are providing comments through the CEQA process.
The CEQA looks at the master plan as a whole. All the project will consider on the CEQA process.
But do we comment on these regularly? Do we comment on CEQA documents?
Meaning the
airport system.
Because so I don't quite understand.
So during the CEQA process, there's an opportunity for the public and for impacted agencies to weigh in on concerns and issues. Do we participate in that process?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, so we help our consulting team draft responses, for instance.
Right. So the CEQA process is actually being led by the county's Office of Planning and Environmental Review, and which I talked about. They'll be the county agent taking the lead on the CEQA process for this master plan.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
So what process did the department take to draft a master plan? Once the department staff and consultant completed technical analysis and drafted executive summary, the department posted executive summary on the airport's website for public review. We also held stakeholder meetings, such as the airport technical advisory meeting, and we also met with the airlines. Due to COVID-19, the department did not hold the traditional in-person meeting. We held public meeting through a virtual platform. The virtual meeting provided the public 7 days to provide comments versus traditional in-person public meeting, which are typically held as a one-day meeting. The department received 37 comments. Of the 37 comments, 34 of them were related to aircraft noise. The department responded to all 37 comments, and the comments and responses are also posted on the department's website. Addressing the noise concern is outside the scope of this master plan, for the reason that the planning activity level 4 within this master plan is only about half of the activities used to generate the current noise contours and the associated land use planning document.
I'm going to interrupt again there,
Sure.
CJ. So just to be clear, so if we have all 34 of those commenters that are watching this today and they just heard you say what you said, just want to be clear, just because the scope of the master plan is not, choose my words well here, is maybe not as focused as some may want on the noise impact issue, does not mean that we're not responding, does not mean that we're not trying to educate. I know for a fact, since I represent the area and I happen to live in one of the neighborhoods very close to the airport, and know how affected people feel out there by the noise impacts of our airport operations, that our team at the airport system goes, as far as I'm concerned, over and above to make sure that each of those comments or grievances is responded to, and if necessary, we go to great lengths to explain not just the history of the airport and its operations, but certainly what impact the decisions by the city of Sacramento have also had on the fact that now, we do have some sensitive receptors that happen to live in the Natomas community. So I just think it's a very appropriate time at which point to make that clear to folks that may be following this very closely. Just want to make sure they understand it's not that we are ignoring their pleas for us to do something about the noise, and I know that they're also likewise reaching out to the FAA to do the same thing. It's the fact that contextually this is not going to be as focused on noise issues as some may think.
Right, correct. Thank you for the comment and I appreciate the support. You are correct, Supervisor. It's just outside of the general scope of the master plan. As I mentioned earlier, there will be opportunities for the public to continue to provide comment through the CCAR process. So switching gears a little bit, as the Deputy Director for Planning Development with the airport, development is something I really enjoy doing. So next few slides, I definitely get very excited about. So we're talking about plan development at the airport. So let's start with airfield improvements. So on this diagram, we show 3 major improvements as part of this master plan. To start with the teal color project, which is to the south of the diagram, essentially you see the 3 fingers are taxi A reconfiguration, which I use as example to explain planning activity level. This project is scheduled or timing wise will take place around planning activity level 2. The next project is at the center of the diagram, which is the crossfield taxiway connecting the 2 parallel runways. That's a passenger activity level 4 project. We kept the runway extension on the upper left from the 2004 master plan, even though we project the project to be beyond planning activity level 4. We believe it's important for us to continue to keep that major development as we continue to manage and monitor activities and growth at the airport.
I just want to point out, you said that the teal color PAL 2 improvements are to the south. That's not the case. It's actually to the west.
Yes. Bottom of the diagram to the west of the airport. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate that. And I have to please note that the orientation of this diagram is turned 90 degrees. Now the north is facing up. So this diagram shows the terminal development that is included in the master plan. In this master plan, we preserve the option from 2004 master plan to add additional gates to Concourse B and Terminal A. Instead of the third satellite concourse or Concourse C as identified in the 2004 master plan, the 2020 master plan updated the proposed concourse and bring it closer to Terminal B. The primary reason for that is our goal is to eliminate the need for additional APM. The relocated Concourse C is shown as the grayish blue building toward the bottom of the diagram.
So
Yes.
relative to that grayish blue building there, it looks to me that you would then have a pedestrian concourse that would lead down to that terminal, as well as it looks like a pedestrian concourse that would extend northward to the existing Terminal B.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's part of the concept that we developed with Concourse C. Just provide the department an alternatives and to the APM for whatever reason, and also
It's the people mover for those that aren't familiar with the acronym. So.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
So the next slide will talk about air support facility. Again, the diagram turn again back to the previous direction now. The north is facing to the left. So with this diagram, it shows the air cargo, general aviation, and other support facilities, which are primarily forwarded from the 26th draft master plan. The red color, which is a square, right in the middle of the diagram, slightly to the left, is a new airport fire station, which the board approved recently. Its construction will start soon, hopefully in a couple of weeks, and we have tentatively allocated from the FAA about $9 million in federal funding to support this project.
Does that entire red polygon there, does that represent just the footprint of fire operations? That's not, it's not a building, it's not a pad.
No, so you're probably looking at the multi-shaped polygon further to the left. I'm talking about just a square red box just to the right of it.
Oh,
right?
gotcha. Okay.
So what you just mentioned, it shows that sort of brownish red color is actually our planned cargo facility.
Very good.
And along to the bottom of the diagram, along taxiway Alpha, we also have additional cargo expansion to support existing cargo operations.
Gotcha.
Kind of scatter in the middle and to the left side of the diagram in the gray color are different options for aircraft maintenance and rehabilitation overhaul facilities. We give 3 different options around the airfield, just in case an airline or a maintenance operation want to come to international. The teal color to the bottom, slightly to the right of the diagram, you see, a few square boxes and multiple rectangular boxes are the general aviation expansions for future general aviation hangars or operation areas. That's depicted also included in this master plan.
I don't see the purple in the legend, and there's one purple polygon there off to the right center, south end of the airport property.
That is, good question. I don't have a good answer.
I think that's currently adjacent to the charging stations, correct? The electric.
Yes, that's where we have our currently overflow parking lot.
Okay.
Let me clarify that exactly what that is. I apologize for not including that in the legend.
Okay.
Good eyes. I totally missed it. Thank you. So the next slide, again, the orientation remains the same. North is to the left. So this slide depicts the comprehensive approach the department took for future ground transportation, to analyze our future ground transportation needs. This slide shows the planned parking improvements. Before COVID-19, the department was experiencing significant constraint with the vehicle parking. That's multiple options for additional parking are included in the master plan. If you look at the mustard color areas right around the north arrow, those are the service parking expansions currently under design. And as we recover from COVID-19, we will monitor very closely when we will be needing additional parking, and we will proceed accordingly. The violet color to the left of the diagram, closer to the terminal and the garage, are additional structural parking, either a parking garage, either a new parking garage to primarily serve Terminal B or expansion to the current Garage A. We also plan for a consolidated rental car facility, which I talked about next slide. Above that, there's opportunity to add additional public parking above the rental car facility.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
TJ, so again, if I'm looking at the legend on the, or the printout on the right side of your graph there, 1 through 25, are any of those duplicative, or are they all separate, and is there a total comes behind that?
Those are individual specific to the location, and the numbers are parking spaces.
Okay, so we have, if I'm going to do some rough math here, you got 11, 14, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 25, 27, 28, about probably 32,000 spaces?
Yes, there's a significant demand for parking at the airport.
Okay, I know, but and some of these are contemplated, or is that the index? Is that reflect what is in place now?
So the hatch color or the hatch infills are primarily existing parking spaces. So the legend on the right indicates those spaces as well. The solid color ones are the proposed parking spaces.
Okay, so the yellow would be
the yellow, right?
So what's the number of parking spaces currently? Can you just do it roughly?
I don't have the number in front of me off the top of my head. It's in the master plan, so let me get back to you.
Okay.
We could send you that number.
Okay, but does this take into account driving habits, and if you do get a light rail extension to the airport, the fact that, again, I know we were tracking parking revenues even pre-COVID as it related to folks who were no longer driving their vehicles. They were taking, taxis, Uber, Lyft, whatever it was, or, so how is that accounted for in this master plan? Again, you don't know everybody's future driving habits. I get that. You want to have sufficient parking and for peak as well as regular daily usage. But it's not inexpensive, as you well know, to build particularly stacked parking. I remember years ago when we were doing the airport expansion, we were looking at $25,000 to $30,000 per space, if not more. It takes a long time to pay off that debt.
Absolutely, I agree.
So can you just, again...
So definitely, the long-term driving habits, that's hard to predict.
Right.
So what we did look at is the more recent, with the introduction of Uber and Lyft, that certainly has impact on people driving habit in the last couple of years. At the airport, we have experienced a sort of explosion of Uber and Lyft traffic coming onto the airport. But as in 2018, 2019, when that happened, the airport was also experiencing a significant growth. So even though there are certainly a large number of customers or passengers transition to Uber or Lyft or continuous taxi, we did not see those have a significant impact on demand for parking. And that's why we started getting into some constraints with our availability of parking. In 2019, we have to open up a remote lot, just continue to accommodate parking. So to answer your question, long-term prediction and consideration, yes, we did, but it's much harder to predict 5 years from now or 10 years from now how people's behavioral change. And we continue to, just on light rail, we continue to maintain a right-of-way for the light rail as well.
Right. Well, I don't want to belabor the point. I know we got other items here, but so does when you went through your outline for, your baseline, your low growth, so what does this equate with? If you're contemplation and you would build them as needed, but how does your index then track with what your contemplated growth scenarios are? Because if I'm doing the math here, I'm doing a little more, probably getting close to 35,000 spaces with all the various alignment you provided here.
Right.
That's a lot of parking spaces. That when you think about that, and then times the number of folks who either work there and or some are rental cars and so
Yeah.
forth. So how does that, though, line with what you showed in that chart earlier?
So from the aviation forecast, we do derivative forecasts specifically for either parking demands, future parking demand, or other support facilities. So from there, it's a forecast, and we're also taking into consideration on the most recent trends that we're seeing, whether it's a very aggressive trend that we're seeing with the passenger traffic. So with that, and that's the reason why we transitioned to planned activity levels, we will continue to track because trends will change over time. So we will continue to track, and the proposed parking depicted in this diagram is not we're going to build all at once. There's going to be triggers that we're going to build, whether it's a garage or additional parking. There will be triggers that we will have to evaluate as we progress. The master plan only identify the needs and how we're going to meet those needs. And when do we meet those needs will be a continued analysis and monitoring that we have to do internally.
Okay, just one other question. So
Sure.
But do you contemplate that within the time frame of the master plan that you would hit the thresholds in which you would end up building all of this parking, or you don't know?
Within the time frame of this master plan, which is about 20 years, yes,
Right.
we do contemplate on potentially we have to build all these parking spaces.
Within that master plan?
Yeah, master plan process. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So next slide is a continuation of our grant transportation analysis. This slide shows the new consolidated rental car facility and the new ground transportation center. The preferred alternative for the new consolidated rental car facility is located just to the south of Terminal A garage in the blue color shaped box. The department is continuing its effort to coordinate with the rental car companies to finalize location, size, and scope. A new consolidated ground transportation center, the J-shaped line just wrap around the existing garage, depicts the new consolidated ground transportation center. It will consolidate buses, taxis, Ubers and Lyfts or other TNC companies, and other commercial vehicles to a single location and to provide a walkable facility from both the terminals. The decision to bring the new consolidated rental car facility and the new ground transportation center closer to the terminal is based on strong customers' feedback of a more walkable campus and the need to reduce shuttle bus costs. This slide and the previous slide summarize the major development identified in this master plan, and I will go into the next steps. Today, the department is seeking the board's acceptance of the 2020 master plan update and authorize the county's Office of Planning and Environmental Review to begin the environmental review on the CEQA, which will take approximately about 6 months to complete. Once the CEQA review is complete, the department will return to the board for a full adoption of the 2020 master plan, which it should be around, we're targeting around early 2021. The public, airport stakeholders, and airlines will have multiple opportunities to provide comments on the plan development identified in the 2020 master plan update through the CEQA process. The department is also required to initiate project-specific NEPA review to meet federal requirements. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. And I'm ready for your feedback or additional questions. Sure.
All right, thank you, TJ. Good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak?
We do not have anyone signed up for this item.
Okay, did we receive any written comments? Do you know?
Nope, we have not.
Okay, great, thank you. But you do have 34 comments, we know, at least on noise issues that you've received to date. So I just want to, again, make sure people that are watching understand that we do have those in our possession. So any further questions by board members? If not, I'm going to go ahead and move staff recommendation and look for a second.
Second.
Okay, moved by the chair, seconded by Supervisor Tully. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, a little house cleaning here. We are going to go ahead and switch items 45 and 46 in light of the fact that our district attorney has been waiting patiently. I know she and her staff are eager to...
I don't know about patiently.
What's that?
I don't know about patiently.
Well, in any event, we are going to switch the items so that she can have an opportunity to present to the board. And appreciate SHRA staff now being the patient ones. So how are we going to do this?
Natasha Drain's going to present the item. She has a PowerPoint basically which outlines what's in the staff report, the questions the board members asked. When she is done, DA Schubert will come up and make her presentation.
Good, thank you.
Okay, item 46, response to Board of Supervisors' request for information on process for amending the county charter to consolidate sheriff, district attorney, and assessor election cycles with presidential general elections.
Okay, before Natasha starts, I have a few opening comments. The way I've envisioned this just procedurally, and having worked with Mr. Gill in anticipation of today, and as was kind of made mention of at the last board hearing, my intention is that we have Natasha give us the staff report, and she's going to present responses to questions that we've had so far. I suspect there'll be some back and forth between board members and our staff. The DA certainly is well within her rights to be here and present to us. My understanding, she has a PowerPoint presentation as well. We'll hear and consider that. But at some point, my intent is to get a strong sense from the board today, since this is an informational item, whether there's enough interest to move forward to a subsequent special meeting where if there is enough interest expressed here today, then it would be teed up by staff for an actual vote of the board. And I think everyone understands that today was not, nor was it ever intended to be an actual vote of the board on this subject. So Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's been a lot of misinformation out there as far as what the intention of today is and what the outcome would ever be.
Right.
So I appreciate that. Just for clarifications as we go forward, so after we have the dialogue and the board has an opportunity to discuss among ourselves, because this is not an action item and is an informational item, would you do like a straw poll?
Yeah, I think we do. I don't know if it's going to be an actual straw poll, but I think we can all assess for ourselves, since there's only 5 of us, whether or not there's enough interest to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
And if I characterize it in a way that others don't believe is the true character of where we sit and what our disposition is today, I'm sure I'll hear about it from my colleagues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're up.
Ready for me? Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'm Natasha Drain, Governmental Relations and Legislative Officer. I'm here to provide the staff presentation on the process to amend the county charter to consolidate sheriff, district attorney, and assessor elections with the presidential election cycle, and address board member questions raised at the July 14th board meeting. Let me start by outlining the presentation. I'll talk about timelines and process to amend the charter. Secondly, I will address the questions we received at the July 14th board meeting, including questions about public process and outreach, voter turnout for elections, effective date of a charter amendment, impact on incumbent terms, what other counties do, and voting requirements to amend the charter. I'll also briefly touch on the fiscal impact of the general fund. So let's first talk about timeline and process to amend the charter. The board must act to place a measure on the ballot at least 88 days before the November 3rd, 2020 election. In this case, the following legal deadlines apply. August 7th is the deadline to submit a measure for the November 3rd, 2020 ballot. August 11th is the deadline to submit an argument in favor or against. August 12th is the deadline to withdraw a measure. And finally, August 13th is the deadline to submit rebuttal to arguments in favor or against. The next several slides address questions from the July 14th Board of Supervisors meeting, the first of which relates to public process and outreach. Let me first start by saying that there is no legal requirement to do public engagement or outreach other than to place the proposed charter amendment on a board agenda and for the board to vote whether to place the measure on a ballot. However, historical records of other Sacramento County board-initiated charter amendments demonstrate a precedence of the board directing that outreach and public input be part of the amendment review process. I'd like to share with you just 2 examples I've included in the board letter. The first example dates back to 1981 and 82 relating to contracting out for county services. In December of 1981, the board directed County Council to prepare charter amendments authorizing contracting out of county-provided services. That proposed charter amendment was reviewed by the County Executive's Office, agency heads, a board-appointed commission, and distributed to employee organizations with notice when the board would consider whether to place the measure on the ballot. And this review period took about 8 weeks. In the second example, it dates back to 93-94, relating to changes to the Civil Service Commission. In December of 1993, the board directed the county executive to establish and appoint a citizen advisory committee convened for the purposes of receiving public input on the proposal. The committee convened for about 6 weeks. The Civil Service Commission was also directed by the board to conduct a self-audit. The county executive simultaneously conducted negotiations with employee organizations on the amendments. The board considered proposed amendments at 2 separate meetings on March 4th and August 4th, with a total review period of about 32 weeks. So let's turn to voter turnout for elections. This table summarizes voter turnout for elections over the last 12 years, and I'd like to point out a couple of observations about this data. First, voter turnout is highest in presidential general elections, noting that in 2016, 74.5% of registered voters voted. In 2012, 74.7% voted. In 2008, 79.8% voted. Also note that voter turnout is second highest in gubernatorial elections. In 2018, 68.3% voted. In 2014, 48.4% of registered voters voted. And in 2010, 63.1% voted. We were also asked about the effective date of a charter amendment. If this board places an amendment on the ballot and the voters approve the measure, a charter amendment would become effective when the board files and the Secretary of State accepts the charter amendment, and this is pursuant to government code and the Constitution. This typically happens in late December or early January. We were also asked about impact on incumbent terms, and the next couple of slides address this. And if a charter amendment to change the election of sheriff, DA, and assessor from the gubernatorial to presidential cycle is placed on the ballot, the measure would have to address how to transition from one election cycle to the other. As a reminder, the current election cycle for sheriff, DA, and assessor is the next gubernatorial election in 2022 when incumbent terms end. The next presidential election cycle is 2024, following November, of course. And there are 2 possible scenarios for transitioning election cycles, and I'd like to explain those on the next slide. Scenario 1 would be a 2-year term, and we are considering this the transition period. At the 2022 gubernatorial election, the sheriff, DA, and assessor offices would go to the ballot in the normal election cycle, but only serve a 2-year term until 2024 election. This would be the transition period. At the 2024 presidential election, these officers would be placed on the ballot and then at every presidential election thereafter. In the second scenario, there would be a 6-year term transition period. Again, at the 2022 gubernatorial election, the sheriff, DA, and assessor offices would go on the ballot in the normal election cycle, but they would serve a 6-year term. This is considered, again, the transition period. Then at the 2024 presidential election, these offices would not be included on the ballot, but instead would be included on the 2028 presidential election ballot.
Natasha, can I interrupt? So these are 2 different scenarios. I understand them. Is there a legal requirement that that language explaining these, the option, if it were the disposition of the board to put it on the ballot, is there a legal requirement that we have to let the voters know what the implication would be then for the term length for the office holders?
I'll defer to Ms. Travis on that question, but I do understand that we would have to include the transition period in the charter amendment language.
Okay.
Right, that's correct. So the voters would know what the current term is and then what the proposed term would be.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So in summary, both scenarios place the officers on the 2022 ballot when the incumbent terms end. The board must decide if it chooses to place a measure on the ballot, what the transition period will be, either 2 years or 6 years. The transition period will determine which presidential election ballot the sheriff, DA, and assessor offices will be placed, again, either the 2024 or 2028 election ballot. So we were also asked what other charter counties do, and this slide summarizes that. Let me say for the Office of Sheriff, all charter counties but San Francisco elect the sheriff during the gubernatorial election. In San Francisco, it elects the sheriff during its own municipal election in odd number years following the gubernatorial election. For the Office of District Attorney, all charter counties but Los Angeles and San Francisco elect the DA during the gubernatorial election cycle. Los Angeles, however, elects the district attorney on the presidential election cycle, and San Francisco elects the DA like it does its sheriff in its own municipal election in odd number years. For the Office of Assessor, all counties elect the assessor during the gubernatorial election. Okay, voting requirements to amend the charter. So for placing a board-initiated charter amendment on the ballot for voter consideration, it requires a majority vote of this board. And then finally, I just want to briefly touch on the fiscal impact to the county general fund. For a measure...
Sorry.
Oh, sure.
Supervisor Kenny.
Can you go back a slide? Because I think what I read and what you said wasn't the same thing. Board of Supervisors may adopt, amend, or repeal a charter with majority voter approval. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that you're asking good questions. I reread this and I could see how it can be confused. This slide should refer to when this board votes to place a measure on the ballot.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
I think it's but to follow up, I'm not sure. I believe that the original question might have come from Supervisor Frost, and it was, how many votes does it take to pass a charter amendment? So I'm not sure if that's what you're addressing here or something else.
I think it's both. I think it's...
Right. So either way, it's a majority vote of the board and of the electorate.
Yeah.
But my point is, it's not to adopt a charter amendment, it's to put a charter amendment on the ballot.
Right.
Correct.
Correct.
I think the question came up, does it take four-fifths off the board? The answer is no, it's simple majority. And once
Take
it's...
out may adopt.
And then to put it on the ballot, and then once it's on the ballot, it's simple majority for it to pass.
Well, it's the R in voter that makes it confusing.
Sorry for the confusion. Okay, so to the fiscal impact on the county's general fund. A measure 2 pages in length would cost about $696,000, and then a measure roughly 4 pages in length would be upwards of $745,000. So with that concludes my presentation.
I know others are in the queue for questions. On this last slide, though, fiscal impact, does this not include ballot arguments for and against? Or?
I believe it's the total cost.
Okay.
So what we were trying to determine is for the arguments for, and we went with 2 pages. That's why we did 4 pages in case if the argument's long. That gives you an idea, if you go to 4 pages, how much the additional cost is.
Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, Natasha, thanks for the work that went into compiling certain responses to questions that were raised and providing good information as it relates to the questions that were outlined in your opening statements. As it relates to, though, a process, obviously the time has already passed, but for petitioners to place a charter amendment, it doesn't require any board action at that point. If folks went through the other channel that is provided for, obviously it has certain time deadlines and so forth. That does not require any action by this board, ministerial or otherwise, to place that on the ballot. They go directly to the registrar.
It actually does, but it's ministerial because if an initiative qualifies with the 10% vote requirement, the board is required to put it on, but the board has to take action to put it on.
Okay, so not dissimilar. We had this discussion with, obviously, with the STA when we had another body that had requested this board. So it still requires an affirmative action of this board, ministerial in nature. And when you said the 10%, so it would be 10% valid signatures of those that were voted in election cycle, or
registered voters
at the time.
Correct, and it has to be certified by the voter registrar.
Right.
And then the next step, or last step, I guess, is to have the board affirmatively vote to put it on.
Okay, but at that point, there's no debate about the content, or the language has been certified, it's been reviewed by council at that point in time, because I know we received some other communication from folks on a completely unrelated matter, but about language and so forth in petitions.
But that process basically becomes that they submit something to the voter registrar. The voter registrar then goes through the 10%, looks at it. Then it's given to Lisa's office for her to look at the legal component. Board registrar and county council both say it's valid to go forward. Then we'll put it on the agenda. As Ms. Travis said, that's a ministerial item at that point that you're voting to put it on the ballot.
So it comes to us certified basically by both from a legal perspective as well as by the election voter registration department, and at that point in time, then it has to be done timely, obviously, within the same time constraint as relates to in advance of the election.
Using this current example, if that process was in place,
right,
all that material was due sometime middle of June, and to get that in, that's the latest date they would have had to bring it in, and then it gives both offices about 30 days to certify and bring it forward.
Okay, thanks. The other question I had, when you did your review of charter amendments, excuse me, you used 2 examples. Were there other examples that weren't included?
There are, so over the last 40 years, there have been several examples of charter amendments, most of which are board initiated, and we're still piecing together that historical record. There were a couple of other examples, but they didn't include a public process specifically. Okay. These were the 2 examples that really outlined the process and also included public outreach.
A couple of those examples that we looked at, I think there's one of arbitrary bargaining. We brought that to the board, was staff initiated to start that process. And there's another one, administrative changes we want to make. These are the 2 examples that we found that had a more robust public thing. Okay. Ones that we were reviewing were more either the board wanted to make some changes or we saw items that we thought needed to be changed, which were more administrative clarification that we needed.
Yeah. Or people directly qualified it for the ballot, right? Well, correct.
Yeah,
that's a different process.
Yeah, we found 2 examples of voter initiatives.
Yeah.
One related to binding arbitration, which the county then also put on an item, and then one related to another sheriff's department issue, which was the most recent amendment.
Okay, all right. And I think once you compile that, because again, irrespective of what we may or may not do with this, I don't think the question becomes a moot one in a sense. I think people will, again, looking at representative governance in this county, I think having that good historical information, which probably hadn't been compiled previously, and again, that's why I was certainly complimenting on your staff report. I think that's an important body of information for the here and now, but also going forward, because folks may inquire.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get that information and have it available.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thanks, that's all I have.
Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, thank you. This is a technical, this page 10, where we had the misunderstanding on how many votes it took to do adopt, amend, repeal.
Yeah.
Before this goes into the permanent record, I'd like you to post either correction on this page or put a new page in. So, because as you were just saying, we often look back as to what happened in previous elections. I'd like to get this straightened out.
Yeah, I can clarify this slide.
Okay. And then I know the district attorney is getting ready to come up. I wanted to know, it looks like some places have a charter committee that, more, I don't know if it's a standing committee or it's appointed whenever something of interest comes up. But do you know what the background on that is? Did we only have committees? Don probably knows. Did we only appoint committees when we had a specific item? Or do we have a standing?
We do not have a standing committee. The county exec, one of the responsibilities in the charter is to review the charter, see if there's any changes need to be made. In the past, from what we were able to determine, the one that comes in mind is 1972, when the agencies were put in. The county executive came to the board, said, I want to create 4 agencies. Then the board said, go forth and do it. And then the county executive set up a committee with board's input in it. So every example we've had, except for some of those technical amendments, the board will direct the county executive to form a committee and then bring that product back to you. There's not a formal standing committee on that.
Is there any reason we don't have a standing committee, or is that not how it's done in other counties?
It's not done that way because there's not that much work on this. I mean, it's a document. Yeah. It's been things come up that we need to look at it. Again, looking at the past, what I was able to find was that it was more efficient. Come to the board and ask your permission. Are you okay with this? Then you help appoint, because we want some public members, and then we go forward with it.
Okay.
And we do, just for Every year that I do go through the county charter to see if there's things that we need to be changed, but my review is more how the county's operating, and is there things in the charter that we need to look at to make it more efficient. It's not what we're discussing today. Mine's a very technical analysis. As things are changing, management style is changing, is there things on the county charter we need to look at? That's the review that I do.
Okay, that's what I have for the moment.
Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, just one other question I forgot to ask a moment ago. With the 14 charter counties and noting the 2 call-outs that you've referenced in the report, Natasha, with the charter counties, though, is it, because again, this goes back to probably the 1930s, I guess, I presume, when many counties were chartered. Do the countywide officers align with the fact that then you have a majority of the Board of Supervisors stand for election that year as well?
I would need to check. I didn't check that info.
Actually, I do have a little bit of information on that one. General law counties, and I know Lisa can weigh in on this too, general law, the DA, sheriff, and the assessor are all gubernatorial.
That's correct.
So when the charters were put in place, again, for all these counties, it seems like they just took the general law and just put it into the charter. And then the amendments that you see, 2 amendments have been made, they made adjustments on it. But it came out of the general law. That's the basis of how those officers were elected.
Okay, but back to my reference, though, for all the nonpartisan seats, the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors and the 3 countywide officers, in those counties, does it align that you have 3 supervisors? I know San Francisco's an anomaly with the way it's constructed, but where you have, they're all 5-member boards, that 3 of those seats then line up, whatever the districts are, but line up with 3 countywide officers?
We did not do that research because we weren't, it will be 2 and 3, we just didn't go back.
Or is it irrelevant?
Yeah.
That's the question, right?
What's that?
Or is it irrelevant?
Well, yeah, no, well, I'll just mention that, at least in the reason I asked the question, is that if nothing else, you have 3/5 of the board, which is a majority of the population. If you have the 1 person, 1 vote applies, then you're going to have whatever, whether you got a county of 50,000 or a county of 2 million or 10 million, you're going to have 3 supervisors seats. If it aligns, that you're going to have 3/5 of the population represented at least in those electoral contexts that relate to districts for supervisors. That was the reason for my question, Phil, was how they align. Maybe it's a determinant of charter amendments and or other contexts, but that was part of my question, is that because if nothing else, you have the same year that you have the countywide offices in those charter counties, with the exception of the 2, you have a majority of the board and a majority of the population represented in those contests as it relates to those seats that then are selected by district. So that was my point. Thanks.
Okay. I had a kind of a question and comment. Slide 5 of your slide deck, the voter turnout. It's pretty clear that this chart shows, in some cases, a fairly dramatic difference between presidential general elections and gubernatorial general elections. I'll note, for instance, November 8, 2016 versus November 4th, 2014, 74.5% versus 48.4%. And I heard you, Natasha, in your presentation really focus on the general elections, but just wanted to kind of point out too that the same could be said for the primaries. Now the gaps aren't as dramatic as they are in the general, but overall, based on this chart, you still get higher turnout in those primaries. So that's, I think, an important footnote to this. And then lastly, a question about LA. You heard some questions earlier about the 6 years versus 2 years from me. Do we know when LA County decided to presumably go from what was simply adopted from general law status to charter, how did they handle it? Did they go 2 year or 6 year?
Actually, the research that we've been able to find is that the district attorney's office in Los Angeles has always been elected on presidential cycles since the beginning of its inception.
So when they
So
became
they're-
a charter county.
Correct. And so this move is unprecedented, I think. And it's not, the 2-year versus 6-year term has not been challenged or discussed in any legal case or any legal authority.
How did we conclude that these two scenarios are the only two scenarios?
I don't think we said only two. Possible is the word that was used.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it makes
yet only two
logically the
represented.
most sense, but
Yeah. Okay. Supervisor Tully?
One other point as relates to the offices, and I think certainly it's a distinguishing characteristic between what municipal elections may be and maybe other measures that relate to election of folks down ticket, whether it be school boards, city councils, and so forth, where you can a plurality, the highest vote getter out of whatever number of seats are elected. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I want to ask Lisa, but the Constitution requires that for supervisors and countywide offices that it be a 50% plus one, or is that a local charter application?
I believe it's in the government code and the Constitution as well.
Okay, so all
And the election code.
And the election code. So for the district representation on county boards of supervisors and the countywide officers, and a couple other counties may have additional officers that may stand for election. I mean, in some cases, there were coroners that were elected at one time, and maybe others as well.
County recorder?
Yeah, county recorder. Yeah, there were county recorders. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these charter counties have the treasurers elected, the assessors, the coroner.
Coroners, yeah, recorders.
And I think in El Dorado County, the
auditor.
Yeah, the auditor.
Yeah, but in any case, they require, so there will always be a primary, and then depending upon the outcome of the primary would dictate who might or might not go forward to a general, but it always requires 50% plus one.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, I just have one question on the costs that you have associated with this, the 700,000 plus or whatever it is altogether. That would not be the case if it were to go to the 6-year option, because you're not having an extra election, right?
There could be some cost savings for one less election.
Right. Okay.
And we can look at that, but.
Okay. Any further questions for Natasha before we invite the district attorney to come up? Seeing none. Thanks, Natasha.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
Chairman Cerna, members of the board, I want to just take a minute to say thank you for letting me come talk about this important informational meeting, as Supervisor Cerna said at the beginning. Before I get into kind of my points, I wanted to just start off with a quote from a pretty well-known political consultant, which is that a basic tenet of a healthy democracy is open dialogue and transparency. So I hope that today's informational meeting becomes part of that open dialogue and really a process, and as we've mentioned already today, a deliberative process of practicing transparency here in what we're undertaking in terms of this informational meeting. I wanted to just mention a couple things about the timeline, because I do think it's important that we talk about kind of how we got here today, which is July 28th. My understanding, and going back to the board hearings, is that the first public discussion of this concept was raised obviously by Supervisor Cerna in terms of asking for a workshop or an informational meeting. And I appreciate him doing that. And then I think there was a break, and then July 14th, which was just 2 weeks ago, Supervisor Cerna had mentioned that this is a time-sensitive issue, because if we have time constraints, if we want this to be on the November ballot, we have some very strict timelines here. And then for purposes of obviously my interest and the interests of the other elected officials, is that the first notice that we got was just less than 2 weeks ago that this informational meeting and this concept was being proposed, at least to be discussed. I call this title the quote, "Move the Vote," because I think it's become evident to me and to others that that many members of the board have been presented or sent either emails or postcards from an organization here in Sacramento, which is called Organized Sacramento. And my purpose of raising this has nothing to do with really the substance of the concept, but just really more the timelines of things. So this organization is, from what I understand, sent many, many postcards to some of the elected officials. I know that they have a website. I put this on here really because I think the timing is important. And I have copies. So if you go to their website, you can find that they have written a paper on this effort to move the DA, the sheriff, and the assessor to the presidential cycle. And that paper, which is on their website, was written over 15 months ago. And so here we are today with less than 9 working days to make a decision on whether we want to actually undertake this effort. So I do think it's important. I do have copies of that paper. It is actually pretty well written in terms of, it was written in a timeline. I think the effort was to see if they could actually oust the DA and the sheriff. But they do present scenarios. They don't present the scenario of 6-year term. They present the scenario of a 2-year term. But I do think it's important that we understand that there are 2 methods to put a charter amendment on the ballot. One is by signature gathering, which we would have had 15 months to do, but we are again here today with less than 9 days to do that by the board. So I want to just raise some of the concerns and issues, and again, I'm not here to talk about this really necessarily the substance, but really more so about the process. And that includes things like timing, transparency, and what I call due process, some of the policy considerations, and I really commend the staff and Natasha and County Council in terms of their heavy lift that they did in this staff report. The fiscal impact, which has been mentioned, the legal concerns that I think have, that need to be addressed and should be raised in this forum. So I want to start with one premise because, you know, a healthy democracy in this county or in this state or in this country is based upon constitutional values. And our charter, and you can look to the history, I didn't really become this charter law person until about a week and a half ago, but when you look at charter counties, a charter is the equivalent of our Constitution. It is the fundamental principles of how we operate as a local government. And I don't think we can forget that concept of changing a charter, changing our Constitution in this fashion. I know we've talked about this already, but you know, we have dozens and dozens of committees here. Committees, commissions, boards, everything from aging to parks to planning to this incredible presentation on changing the airport design. We do not, as the CEO mentioned, we don't have a charter review committee. I'm not here to say we should have one. I'm here to say that we do not have one. I do commend the staff for looking back, which took, again, a heavy lift of going back into history to say, what did we do in 1981 and 82? What did we do in 1994? And we know that we had, at those times of when there were proposals to amend the charter, at that time, we had a deliberative process that was no less, as in 1981 and 82, of 8 weeks, and in really 6 months for the 94 revisions. I do think it's important to ask ourselves, what do other county governments do? That was raised, I think, by Supervisor Peters. I just did a little Google search on my own to figure out what do other charters. There's 14 charter counties. El Dorado was one of them. El Dorado has a charter review committee. The picture on the right, I can't laser it, but basically tells you all the meeting notices for their charter review committee and the agendas for those charter reviews. So they have this open public forum so they can discuss whatever proposals there are. Placer County has a charter review. You can look them up and see their report, of which they undertook a year-long process to discuss potential amendments or ways whether it's cleanup language, like in our county, our charter, section 26 still refers to county council as a man. Should we maybe amend that to be that it could be either or? But we haven't done that. So I'm not just saying is that these are some of them are ministerial, but some of them are very substantive. So that's Placer County. So we've got El Dorado, Placer, and then I looked at San Francisco, which is again another charter county. Their charter very specifically says that the Board of Supervisors cannot put a charter amendment initiative on the ballot unless that proposal has been reviewed by a rules committee and by their controller, which is essentially a fiscal analysis. They cannot do that unless 30 days before the first committee meeting, they have the proposed language that has been presented to this, approved by the city attorney as to form. And they must also have a legislative digest prepared by the city attorney. I put this up there because I think about, sixth grade when we learned about how does a bill become a law. And we know in our state that we go through a process in our legislature. It goes to policy, it goes to appropriations, and all along the way, the public has a right to have input. We have hearings, we have discussions, we have analysis that are done. And when we talk about here in Sacramento, I bring this up because this process, if we were to put a charter amendment on the ballot, which must be done by August 7th, that is less than 9 working days to change our Constitution. And there would honestly be a less deliberative process in this proposal than the process we have to decide where we put a traffic light or where we put speed bumps in this county. And we want to change this charter in that process. There is no draft language that we have sitting before us. There has been no committee reviews. And other than today, we've had no public input on this discussion. I think Ms. Drain talked about public outreach and input. Again, we haven't really had any. It is an important process. We should have adequate vetting and discussion. We should have draft language. I listened to the deputy director from airports talk about how stakeholders were included in the master plan. What an incredible process, what an important process, what a deliberative process. Even our state law, when we're going to change our regulatory sections, we have the Administrative Procedures Act where we put public notice out and we allow for public comment. Some of the policy considerations I wanted to raise, and I know this is an important one, and the proponents have made, at least the ones that I should say the proponents, many of the folks that have sent in the postcards have referenced a PPIC study, Public Policy Institute of California. That study, it's a study. It's from almost 20 years ago. There are many other studies since then. We haven't looked at what is the impact on vote by mail. Is that something we should consider? And then I think what is another important item is what is the data on down ticket candidates? I'm not an elections expert, but whatever they call those undervotes or whatever they are. But what is the data? Isn't that important? If you're going to change the DA, the sheriff, and the assessor to the presidential, well, do as many people actually vote for the DA and the sheriff and the assessor in those elections? I put together kind of just an example, and I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all, but if you look at the Los Angeles County primary election 2020, which is the presidential cycle, right now there's an election going on for the district attorney of Los Angeles County. In March of 2020, they had 5.5 million registered voters, 2.1 voted, which represents 38% of the vote. Votes cast by mail, they had 53% were cast by mail. How many people voted for the DA of all those people that showed up? 84%, which tells you that they lost 15% of the vote as they went down that ticket. In Sacramento County, we should be incredibly proud of our system here. In our last election cycle, 2018, the gubernatorial, 740,000 registered voters, 310,000 voted, which represents 42% total votes cast, which is higher. Votes cast by mail, incredible number, which was, if you can go online and find the press release by our elections department, 93% vote by mail. Votes cast for the DA, I didn't put the sheriff, but the sheriff actually had more votes, but 89%, which means that we lost less votes going down ticket. Higher turnout in gubernatorial for these comparisons, higher votes by mail in the gubernatorial, higher votes cast for the DA in the gubernatorial.
Can I interrupt for a sec?
Sure, Judge. Why do I always do that? Every time I show up, I call you a judge.
If you can go back to the previous slide. I just want to be clear. Both of your citations here are primary, not general elections, correct?
Well, I didn't go to a general. I didn't. go to a runoff.
No,
And
but I mean
LA
the-
hasn't done their general
No,
yet.
but a past general in LA,
Right.
that might tell a different story.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think that the honest point is, to me, is just looking at the data is an important thing for us to consider this. Okay, so the other thing I think is important that we have a conversation about, or at least at some point in this deliberative process, is why are 56 of 58 of the district attorneys and the sheriffs on the gubernatorial? And I think we heard from Natasha that all assessors are on the gubernatorial. Well, we know that in the gubernatorial election cycle, there is a focus on state and local elections. In the presidential, there tends to be more focus on national elections. Local issues get crowded out from the media market, and really, ultimately, we get drowned out. Local officials get drowned out in presidential election cycles. I know this conversation has been had about, well, we can either make it a 2-year or a 6-year term. I don't think the proponents who sent all the postcards want to give us a 6-year term. I doubt that. But when we're talking about a 2-year term, even assuming that's lawful, so that means whoever is the DA or whoever is the sheriff turns around and runs right again, and there goes the focus on the day job. So I do think it's a policy consideration we should talk about. The fiscal impact, Natasha mentioned the cost, which is upwards of $700,000 or so. In the event there's language proposed that attempts to make the next term a 2-year term, well, that's another election too. So we can double the cost of $750,000 to $1.5 million. So I do think that it's important, then we're talking about us as public servants being good stewards of public funds, that we consider the fiscal cost. And then lastly, I just want to mention, as the county council mentioned already, there is absolutely no precedent in the history of California of any charter county to amend their charter, their constitution, to change an election cycle. There is no precedent to shorten a term. There's no there's no precedent to lengthen a term. If you look at the government code, or I should say the elections code or constitution, there is no precedent to do this. There have been efforts in other counties to put term limits on these 3 elected officials. That was put on a charter amendment in Los Angeles County. It was challenged, and it was held to be unconstitutional. I'm not saying that that means that we can or cannot shorten a term of the sheriff or the DA or the assessor. What I'm saying is that it creates legal issues that we should be looking at and perhaps considering an elections law specialist. Every county in the state of California has always elected their district attorney, no matter what cycle, for 4 years. And we're now proposing, as one of the scenarios, I'm not sure what the other scenarios would be. We're either going to be a 2-year term or a 6-year term. But every county elects their district attorney, sheriff, and assessor for 4 years. Again, 56 out of 58 of the sheriffs and the DAs and all 58 of the assessor are on the gubernatorial cycle. And I would propose and submit to you that that's because that's a local election where we focus on local issues. Again, I want to just make a comment that, we have no language. This is, to me, is almost like, let's put something on initiative on the ballot without telling anybody what it says. And so we have not provided that to all stakeholders. We have not provided it to all interested parties. We have not provided it to the public. And so with that, I'll answer any questions and just end it with how I started, which is the basic tenets of a healthy democracy is an open dialogue and transparency. And I ask that we conduct a deliberative process, not something that's less than 9 days before it goes to a decision.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you for that presentation, DA Schubert. I just wanted to ask you, one of the conversations that I had with the assessor related to their activities with their association and education and conferences and representation at the state level, and the fact that if we did change over to the presidential election cycle, it could potentially put our county assessor in a position of maybe not being able to run for office at the state level, not to less than desirable position because she would be on a completely different cycle than anyone else. Is that the case with the DA and I don't know if you know about the sheriff, but...
Well, I think that, for the DA's race, I suppose some counties or county DAs run for attorney general, but you're either going to... if I did that, hypothetically, I'd either give up my term now and run because he's on the same ticket, that he's on the same cycle that I'm on. But I don't think that's really something to me that we should be thinking about. To me, it's just the precedent that we've been on this gubernatorial cycle since the inception of this state.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is kind of for NAB, but Anne Marie is there. I wanted to ask the question, and I think it goes to what Susan asked about earlier, because again, there's been no standing charter review committee, and it sounds like other counties, there's been two examples obviously of adjoining counties that were referenced actually earlier this morning in our conversation about transportation funding, but again, and I don't know how we might stack up against other more urbanized metropolitan counties as it relates to having a standing committee of their board. This board has historically not had a lot of committees. We've had a few over time on specific topics, but beyond the kind of normal housekeeping types of things and references, gender references and so forth, but if there were to be a conversation to the point that was even referenced here and the DA's presentation, that a process, one that it could either be specific to a point in time or a standing reference that there would be, on some cycle, and whether it was a 2-year cycle or a 4-year cycle or as needed, I guess, but those are the election cycles were being referenced here, is, if in fact, a charter, again, no small, and I would agree with the comments here, it's no small matter. It's a very serious measure when you look at your charter, even for more minor items. And I guess my question is that, from your work as a county executive, Nav, how other counties stack up? She used the example of Placer and El Dorado, which were done off the website. But what's your understanding about it, as with your other CAOs and CEOs, relative to their charters, irrespective again of the specific issue before us? How did they handle that?
Majority of them that I have, we work with, it's more case by case. Stuff comes up, and then it comes to the board, then an appointment is made, and then a specific issue that they're pursuing. I have not canvassed all the charter counties. Those are just more urban counties that I work with, but if the board so desires, I can go back and ask those counties, do they have a standing committee? I'm not aware in the urban counties that there is a standing, but there could be. That does not come up. But in our conversations, in our organization, this issue very seldom comes up on charter amendment, and it's not an issue that comes up for us.
Yeah, just one comment, sure. in referring to San Francisco, by their county charter, they must have a rules committee and I think it goes to the controller. Yeah. So the rules committee is a standing committee, and prior to the board putting any charter amendment on the ballot, it must go to the rules committee, and I think I put the timeline. So I think it's clearly a standing committee that any type of legislative changes must go through that committee.
Of course, it's a city and county combination, and it has, it's the only one in the state that has more than 5 members too. But but it actually has a structure for that. And I think just to the point here, and again, we're hearing this, we're discussing, deliberating it here this morning in the context of this informational setting. But I think that obviously, with the interest has been reflected in. Not only the postcards, but there was calls that were made yesterday. I got last night, got home and had a robocall on my phone, to call me and tell me what I thought about that. So
did you?
No, I'm sitting here, so you'll all know that at the end of the hearing, I guess. But at any rate, I think that that is part of the deliberative process and getting the word out. And obviously, even as we sit here, we're getting feedback from folks who either support or oppose what they do know about what's before us today, and I think that's nobody's fault. And I think to the point that Anne Marie made earlier too, that Chair Cerna, properly, put this forward, and he has it on the agenda for all of us to have this conversation. But I do think that, a process that has not just deliberation, but study, because there may be other issues that dovetail, whether it's the one that's before us or other ones, on if you're looking at your charter, either with great detail or introspectively, but also, as it relates to suggestions that people made. Obviously, again, there's some pretty strongly held opinions about what's before us here today, and I think that reflects the information that's gotten out thus far. But I think to the point here, as far as any public notice of it, it's only been in the last couple of weeks. So, but I do think that information now, depending upon what we do, but even if, I guess no matter what we do here, it's probably maybe time for this board to have a conversation. Is there, would it be, necessary to have and or desirable for this board to have a charter review committee and at least some process for, we've seen with the CEO and with county council, and and certainly in this setting, to have a discussion. I mean, I think when you go back to the 1930s, it's probably a little known document unless you want to be a student of it. And so, but there's, again, it's the guidance, and it's, as you said, for lack of a better term, it's a constitution for this county. And I think it's, it's very important because it's the backdrop by, how we conduct ourselves in many aspects of what we do daily business, but also when it comes to elective offices in this county.
I think we can do that. I think surprisingly, totally irrespective of the issue in front today.
Yeah.
If we did not have this deadline of this date coming at, the conversation would have been more, is the board interested? If the board's interested, then let's set up a commission, committee, whatever we want to call it, and that will be the path we will go through to bring something back to you and give you a whole timeline on it. Realizing I'm not trying to make any comment about where we are today, but in a normal process, that's what I would have come back and recommended to you, and then solicited some opinion back on who do you want on it. Given the nature of what we're amending, that will, in this case, would be the elected officials. In our past, whenever we've done something with the bargaining units, there's a reference in there that we went back to all the bargaining units and we talked to them about it. So that's been more of a case-by-case that we do have, but I think that's a good conversation to have, and that's where we would have gone today if we did not have this August 8th deadline that's looming on us.
Okay.
No, and just to kind of use that as a springboard for my comments. I think that's a great idea, but as we kind of customarily do, or you do, I suppose, the more options, the better for this board to consider. So, for instance, an option that might have two members of this board as part of a broader committee that's, the composition of which may include, who knows, could include some leadership from our bargaining units. It could include citizen appointments from this board, who knows. But I think the more options we could have for a construct of a standing charter review deliberative body, the better.
Yeah, no, and I would just say too that in acknowledging timelines for measures, kind of backing up from that, I think you referenced that, but to your point, whatever the construct of that commission or committee or whatever you want to term it, then so knowing that you do it timely and that you engage folks, and that this board at appropriate junctures has the ability in this public setting, and obviously this is different because of the pandemic, but I would trust that if we weren't in that situation, we'd have a chamber full of people, and I'm sure we're going to hear from a number on the phone today. But I do think that those are important, because I think in the time and age in which we live, and the diversity of opinion and viewpoints, and about how government either represents them or not, I think it's important to open those processes up, but also to know, so that you don't just get stuck with whether it's 9 days or 20 days or 120 days, that there's some ability to gauge the sentiment and the need, and then have those discussions and then go forward. And again, people always will have the right to petition. But I think this route here is an important one as well.
I think on that point, on the right to petition stuff, again, I'm not making a comment about what's in front of you. I'm just talking in general terms. These kind of things would have come in a more formal process for us. That there would have been something that would have been presented to the board, either off agenda, or there would have been an outreach through the chair's office or the county exec to say, we need to look at this. So that's part, as we're thinking about the process, learning from what we're going through today, that's been the process even when I started here and we did the sheriff change in that arbitration. It was more of a formal process that we brought into it. So as we go forward on this, whatever we do is that needs to be the examples that we use. That there's an example that in March it came to the board, actually came to the board in December to ask permission for it. So those are kind of timelines, to your point, that we got to build into it, and knowing what's a good time and when do we want to get that in front of you. So I think that's part of us. I'm thinking about this, that we need to have more of a formalized process on that.
And Mr. Sheriff, just one other comment, if I could. And I think it goes to, the designation. These are nonpartisan offices. People recognize what people's political stripes are, and they'll appeal to each and every one of us, including the electeds, depending upon sometimes their viewpoints and what their political stripe is and their interests are. But I think, as we've talked about this, as it relates to certainly voter turnout, engagement of community members, and certainly, I think the sanctity of the right to vote and to do that in a way that people can make their decisions, and certainly, elected representatives and decide measures that affect them or all of us in many cases. And so I think that's really important, because I think that a commission that was constructed and constituted, recognizing that each and every one of us here, and certainly Anne Marie and the sheriff and the assessor, the people that the occupants of those positions stand for election, but they are nonpartisan offices by designation. It doesn't ignore the fact of what people's politics might be and so forth, and who may or may not support any one of us or anybody who would be a candidate. But I just think it's important, because again, this, I think the gravity of the matter, both for those that have, advanced the conversation to today as it relates to, move the vote, but also those that have weighed in, in respect to, why, the wherefores in the discussion we're having here today. And I just think that it's important that maybe we have some structure, because otherwise, I think the environment we're currently living in, people are going to be even more frustrated, and people are obviously going to be disappointed or not with what direction comes out of here today. But I just think that nonpartisan, if we can, maintain that, recognizing, politics, people will try to bring that into the process, but we try to be, I think, neutral to the degree, at least assessing what the impacts of whatever we might put on the ballot would be and are, and then go forward from there.
Yeah, irrespective of what you all are doing today, what my takeaway from this is that when requests do come in, we need to find out what's the nature of the request, and that needs to come to you for us to determine, and then what commission, where do we put it, so that we can have a process to go through it. Okay. That's the message I'm giving loud and clear on this one.
Okay. Supervisor Frost?
This is a little off this subject, but I'm getting some communications that the county website isn't working, and people are calling in and they're on hold, being asked if I knew about it. So I wanted to see if there's a problem with the call-in.
I'm not aware of the website being down, but I will work with DTEC to make sure that it's up. As far as the public comments are concerned, when you call the 875-2500, you place yourself in the queue, and you just watch the meeting and kind of call at the time when it's your item. And it says that the instructions are also listed on the agenda and on the website.
Oh, you don't register?
No, we had new instructions that were printed on the website and posted on the agenda that says that you call and place yourself in the queue.
Thank you, Flo.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the question. That's good to clarify that. Before we begin to thank you,
Okay.
Kay Schubert. Before we take public comment telephonically, I do have a couple of comments. One is, again, just as I kind of stated, to tee the subject up, I felt very obligated, as was actually referenced by the DA, to have an informational item at least, so we can get a sense from this board about our various positions concerning what has been brought to our attention by Organized Sacramento. I just want to make clear that, anytime my office is going to receive hundreds and hundreds of emails or phone calls or whatever, it's very difficult for me to ignore that and not act. And I think to some extent, perhaps a large one, maybe we all feel the same in terms of our responsibility and our responsiveness to any subject that is of concern to the people that we're fortunate enough to represent. So I by no means from the outset of this issue was going to ignore it, and certainly not as chair of the board, and that's serendipitous. I mean, that's just the fact that I rotated in this year. But so that's one of the backdrops, I think an important one for why I've tried to manage this this issue as best I can as chair with the CEO's help and county council's help, so that we can vet it and have a productive conversation. I think we've already begun to have that, and I think that's probably going to have some long-lasting benefit and merit here to what we do. One thing that has not been mentioned thus far, which I think is a very important subject, and that is the fact that COVID happened in the middle of this. And there's no denying that that presented kind of a unique challenge, quite frankly, to what I think probably would have otherwise happened per normal, which would be, you'd have requests for visits for supervisors, you'd hear from those that are advocating for moving the vote. We'd become better informed by both the proponents and probably the opponents of this idea. And quite frankly, it's just been a challenge for us to kind of have the same connection with our constituents, given the fact that we are self-isolating and that we have to rely on Zoom meetings and telephone calls. And so that, in my estimation, is one of the reasons this may seem a bit clunky compared to what we'd otherwise expect without a pandemic affecting the globe. So I know Supervisor Kennedy wants to comment or ask questions. Following Supervisor Kennedy, we will go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo pretty much everything you just said. I appreciate you getting this before us for discussion. I came here fully prepared to have a subsequent special meeting in which we have a robust and important discussion on whether or not to put this on the ballot. We all know that that's not why we're here today. We're here today to talk about, for fact-finding and to determine whether or not it's the will of the board to have that special meeting, which I am prepared to do. I think that, democracy is not always, it can be messy, but it's important to let people speak. It's important to let people speak with their votes and their feet. It's been very difficult for proponents or opponents to do that with the COVID, as you said. I think it has stunted the dialogue and discussion. However, that being said, I do think it's a discussion and dialogue we do need to have, whether it is between now and the next 9 days or following thereafter. I am encouraged that this discussion has taken a direction that I think I'm hearing, some of my colleagues anyway, see an interest in establishing a policy format, if you will, a process to look at these types of questions and maybe look at other charter amendments. I think I understand Mr. Gill in saying that we haven't had one because these things come up so rarely, but I think it's important that we do have something that's formalized and something that allows us for a vetting process so that we can put these important issues on the ballot in a way that makes sense. Thank you.
Good comments. Thank you.
Are we doing summation after the calls?
Yes.
Or do you want it now?
Let's go after the calls.
You have 27 public comments right now in queue. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please start.
Thank you. My name is Susan Ritchie. I live in Antelope, and I'd like you to delay your vote to go forward with changing the election cycle with the sheriff and the district attorney and the assessor. I think this is a major change that should not be made without much more public discussion and debate. And the usual protocol should be followed to make the best, well-informed decision possible.
I'm checking.
Including, like an internal committee review and discussion of the fiscal impact and answering questions from the community. I don't think this is something that's an emergency that we need to rush on, that we can take our time and make a best decision. So I do think this item can wait. And thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you. We're going to try and get the volume adjusted here.
I think the volume is basically
On their end?
on the caller's end, yeah. But I do have them checking. Also, the websites are up. There's no issues, but we're still checking to see if there's any loose ends.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start.
Paul. Well, I appreciate the way that the postcards, as a way of public input, were so casually disregarded by the DA, but those should actually be looked at as people making their voices heard in a way that was convenient to them regarding this issue. We want a higher turnout with regards to these elections. Simply put, having these positions during the presidential general election will result in more eyes on these elections, as the numbers earlier pointed to. It was clear that every year the election turnout during the presidential terms was markedly higher. So even taking the DA's numbers, that would result in even more people showing up and looking at these local elections and ensuring that we have an actual popular election of these positions. And in reality, the election would, in a very real way, and in the way the DA claims to want to involve the public, involve them formally in choosing whether they want the more public participation of having this on presidential general election campaign cycle. I would also ask that the 2-year term be opted for, given that the 6-year term would appear to not at all follow with the notion of the public to want to focus on these elections as soon as possible. Given the outcry over racist institutions needing to be addressed and those who would uphold them kept accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make an announcement about the website. We have a new agenda system, so if you saved a favorite on your personal webpage, please go to the Board of Supervisors main webpage and click on the boards and agendas and go into today's meeting and agenda and click on that link. You should not have any problems being able to access the board agenda and the material.
Can you repeat, Flo, can you repeat the
website?
Website, please?
Yeah. I need an agenda.
Is it the board clerk website?
Yeah, I don't have that in my notes. To access material and the agenda, visit B as in boy, OS, publicmeetings.saccounty.net, and that's SACCOUNTY.net. So it's BOS publicmeetings.saccounty.net. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so let's go. Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Dalton Crossway, and I just wanted to speak in support of moving the vote of these elected countywide officials to the presidential election years. As other callers have stated, it seems like an obvious win for democracy. We're going to get tens of thousands of more voters' voices heard, folks that may not normally participate in these local elections, that may not be able to. And I just think that I just think we have an opportunity to lead in California as a county that prides itself on opening itself up to hear these voters' voices. I think the voters deserve it. So thank you all for considering this measure.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Edward Barrera. Yes. Hi. I am voicing that I am vehemently opposed to changing the election cycle for the sheriff, district attorney, and assessor, item 46 on your agenda. Voters have chosen their sheriff, DA, and assessor, and this proposal undermines the will of the voters, in my opinion. Trying to change the election cycle in the middle of an elected term is akin to changing the rules so that one side has an advantage over the other, and nobody is being fooled by this, in my opinion. Voters will see through this for what it really is, and we will not be fooled. I hope you are all listening. It is my belief that this idea is meant to undermine our duly elected sheriff and district attorney. I must ask the Board of Supervisors, why the rush? What's the sudden impetus for rushing this onto the ballot? Why not put it through the normal review, 32-week process that is standard for significant proposed changes like this versus a 2-week review and rushing to get it onto the ballot? Again, the voters are paying attention. We're awake to what's going on, and we see what's happening here. You can fool some people some of the time. You can fool some people all of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. You all need to remember, you work for us, the citizens. Don't ever forget that, please. Again, I support keeping things the way they are. Do not rush this to the ballot. Let the public and the citizens have a say in this matter. Let there be plenty of discussion, public surveys, reviews, discussions with whomever before you rush this onto the ballot. I urge you to refrain from rushing this onto the ballot. 2 weeks is not enough time for this to be considered, and please listen to what I'm saying. I am a 40-year-old voter in this city and county, and I have other people just like me that I am talking to about this, and we are not happy with the state of affairs. And if one thing is for certain, we support our sheriff and our district attorney who are actually upholding the law, unlike many other places in this country, and we do not want to see our city and our county turned into places like Portland and Seattle. Thank you for hearing me. Have a great day.
Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Felisa Concepcion. I am calling today to support item 46. I do believe that the county should move the vote for the sheriff and DA to the presidential general election ballot, and it's obvious that this should be done to increase voter turnout and participation. This is a great opportunity for Sacramento to have a better representation of Sacramento voters. Do what's best for the community and not to people who are already empowered. If this is not passed, then it would reflect that the board does not want to improve voter turnout nor raise awareness and education in our communities regarding who our elected officials are. The board, as well as elected leaders, should no longer pass policies that oppress us, but policies that benefit us in our interests, as opposed to the interests of people such as District Attorney Amy and Sheriff Jones, those who want to maintain elected seats in power to continue oppression, murders, and systemic racism. Voting is for the people, so bring this voting option to the ballot with most participation. That is common sense. There's no reason to not want more voters, and so you really need to do what is best for Sacramento. You have the power to do what's right. I'm going to say that again. You have the power to do what is right. And if you choose to use your powers wrongly, then you are only upholding systemic and institutional racism. So please, please, please move the vote. Move the vote, move the vote, move the vote. I yield my time.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, hello. My name is Jason Wiener. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm calling to ask the board to please place this proposal on the ballot at its next meeting. The public has been asking for months for this to be considered. I'm part of a group of residents of the county that has been contacting you, and you've received hundreds of postcards and emails and then hundreds of public comments at your July 14th meeting, where we had hoped that it would be on the agenda. And if it's on the ballot, there will be months of public consideration and debate available in the public forum for this. And this is an election-related change, not a big change for county operations or budgeting. And so the proper venue for this debate is in the public, which is the election that's coming up. If this is on the ballot, we'll be able to have that conversation publicly. Second, a really important thing to note is that the turnout differences we're talking about are not just the 15% that is the difference between a gubernatorial and presidential year and a comparable election. I did the research on the county elections website, and if you look back since 1998, out of all the elections that have happened for the assessor, DA, and sheriff, only one of those elections has gone past the primary to the November election. And that was the open seat sheriff election in 2010. Every single other election was decided in the June or March primary. And what that has meant is that far less media attention, far less voter turnout has been able to participate there. These elections happen with very little attention paid to them in our county. And so what we want to do is make sure that those elections draw more attention in the presidential cycle and move to the November election with a runoff so that they are able to have full debate about the qualities of the candidates and their qualifications for the ballot and whether they meet the accountability needs of the public. And I would add that those presidential years and the November elections are much, much more diverse electorate as well, where that gubernatorial primary is the least diverse electorate. Sacramento has the chance to lead by putting Move the Vote on the ballot, just like we did with Voters' Choice. We led in the state by taking this on early. We expanded the ability of voters to participate in our elections, and I think we all hopefully would agree that that was a great success. We have a chance to lead again and show other counties that we can expand accountability for our elected officials and expand the ability of voters to participate in the elections of these incredibly important officials. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and start with your comments.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is James Barnes, current resident of Supervisor Natoli's district and former Sue Frost district. So first, I just want to start off and thank the supervisors for the leadership during these challenging times during the pandemic and everything that has happened. Things are constantly evolving. However, as much as I've been impressed with the due diligence and as Supervisor Cerna talked about going up to contracts and having to really be financially sound, I would have to say that I was a little taken back about this item. Although it's being discussed as an informational item, I think there's a lot of people that are confused based off call-in that this appears this would be moved forward and to the November vote. I would ask that we just take into consideration we keep local races for community to the primary focus. This year's presidential race has created the divide in our communities like I've never seen before. And when I look at how can we separate that from the local races so we can do the gubernatorial and the assessor, district attorney, and sheriff's races to be the primary focus. I've heard a couple of comments from callers that talk about not being able to come out and vote during the gubernatorial or assessor, DA, or sheriff races, but that's not the truth. Everybody has an option. Yes, statistics show maybe more people come out to the president's race, but it's important as we see communities now rising up and speaking out that we don't get overshadowed by a national race. And during a pandemic, when we look at the financial impact of a potential over $500,000 impact to our, the county's general fund, when we have businesses that are closing and may never recover, we have citizens that, families just may never recover from what's going on, just doesn't seem very, responsible. In the past practice and the charters have showed over 32 weeks to do research. I think that's a sound idea for maybe the board to consider if let's go out and look for a charter. This could be a good thing moving forward, but we don't know that if this gets pushed forward in a 9-day process. It's talked about this as informational, but yet there's also commentary about this as time sensitive, as in the presentation that was before me about the timelines that need to be met in order to get it on the November ballot. So again, I was disappointed when I saw this put up for discussion today as a potential move for the November ballot. I will say, as a constituent, we expect better than this from our elected official. Let's remain above the line, especially when it comes to transparency, which I have been so impressed by all of you that you continue to do. So thank you for your time and consideration, but I think this is something that needs future discussion and not to be accelerated based off of a short timeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Courtney Hansen. I'm part of Decarcerate Sacramento and just wanted to express my utmost support for item number 46. I think it's long overdue, and with all due respect, I think the way in which the district attorney, Ms. Schubert, felt sort of the need to come lay out some arguments that actually I can't quite figure out, but the sort of defensiveness around it I think is quite telling. I think almost all of the data, other than her concern around a precedent, points to, item 46 being the correct direction for us to go in as a county to increase voter turnout and democratic participation. I know that incumbents have historically enjoyed a 98% success rate during re-election, which we can, at least partially attribute to low participation during those elections, which creates an unfair disadvantage. So I highly recommend this board to pass the amendment. Thank you, Phil Serna, who is my representative, just for sort of acknowledging the amount of community interest and the phone calls and the emails that have come in support of this. So that's much appreciated. And that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Cottrell Ross, a faith leader with Sacramento Area Congregations Together, Senior Minister of Unity of Sacramento International Spiritual Center, and Senior Fellow of the American Leadership Forum. I live and work in District 5. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on Move the Vote. As a faith leader in this county who is committed to reimagining public health, dismantling systemic racism, disrupting the pipeline to prison, and expanding opportunities for economic prosperity for every Sacramentan, representation and accountability matters. I have witnessed firsthand the devastating impact that underrepresentation has on Black and brown communities in Sacramento County, from both Sacramento County Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney's Office. Because our vote is our voice, underrepresentation equals for us misrepresentation. And it is clear to me that leaders who are elected in the shadows by a handful of the electorate and who are given maximum power and autonomy to mostly function independent of the County Board of Supervisors are disincentivized to represent the best interests of all Sacramentans and certainly do not feel accountable to us. To that end, to make our county elections more fair, more inclusive, more competitive, and more representative, it's time to move the vote. Elections that give a maximum of power should be positioned before the maximum of the electorate. This means moving the vote from the gubernatorial year to the presidential year. Between 2000 through 2018, voter turnout in Sacramento County was 14 to 16% higher in presidential years over gubernatorial years. That difference can change the outcome of an election to ensure that our sheriff, district attorney, and county assessor are elected in the light of day, where both the public and the media have a front row seat in the process. This is not only the best thing for Sacramento County, it's the right thing for Sacramento County. Please act on this proposal to move the vote, and let's move Sacramento County forward for the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Shantz. I am a resident of District 2 and currently serve as chair of the Democratic Party of Sacramento County. Democratic Party of Sacramento County has taken an official support position on moving the vote to presidential elections. We, as a county party, we largely deal with nonpartisan local issues. And this proposal really is about increasing public participation in our local elections. I won't restate the data that's been discussed previously about the importance of public participation and the increase that we've seen during presidential election years. We really do feel that in a small d democracy, the more people that are able to vote and to speak their voice and to participate, the better our society is for everyone. And we would encourage this board to, at the appropriate time, to adopt this measure to move the DA, assessor, and sheriff selection to presidential election cycle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Paris Draper. I'm in support of moving the vote because I believe it would be to the benefit of all Sacramento County residents if a majority of us were able to vote on these important elected positions. These positions are not of little consequence to our county. These people and their decision making have a huge impact on our community. Naturally, more attention is put on presidential general elections, and that's when most people are able to participate in voting for various reasons. From personal experience and observations, non-presidential year voting seems like a quiet race where there's little publicity and most of the community doesn't know who the candidates are. Voters trend to vote by name recognition, which is why people in these positions are reelected seemingly uncontested. With moving the vote, the person elected will be a better representation of the majority of voters and our county values. In direct response to Schubert, I find it ironic that her key points were timing, transparency, and due process. She notes that 9 days is too little time. Do you know how much can be done in 9 days? If God could create the world in 7, it's not impossible for 5 board members to provide a majority vote and put this on the ballot. Local officials will not be drowned out. The people of Sacramento are highly aware of the importance of both now more than ever. The time to act is now. The people are tired of our wants, demands, and requests being put off till the distant future for those in charge to mull it over and analyze for months. Finally, as the greatest part of our history shows, it's never too late or too early to make unprecedented changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Krishan Draper, and I'm calling to express my support for Move the Vote. I think it's very important that we address these positions in the general election because more people vote in the general election than they do in the primary, and so that we do not disenfranchise voters, especially of Black and brown communities. I think it's imperative that we make these names, since these communities are most affected by who's in office. I think it's imperative that we make every opportunity available so that these communities have an opportunity to vote. And doing so in the general election, I think, will prove more valuable than in the primary.
Great. Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Suzanne Sullivan, and I want to thank everyone there for their time. I'm calling to ask you to please vote no on item 46 that has to do with changing the voter cycle for the Sheriff's Department, the District Attorney, and the Assessor. I believe that you should not bow down to liberal activists or anybody else that screams, yells, and causes harm to our state. I'm asking you to stand up for what is right and to do what is right. I thank you again for your time. Please vote no on item 46. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Pamela Carroll Gardner. Dear County Board of Supervisors, I oppose the proposal to change the election cycle for sheriff, district attorney, and assessor from its current governor's election cycle to the presidential election cycle. In regards to this proposal, there has been no debate, no internal committee review, no fiscal impact, no draft language, and no answers to many significant questions, etc., etc. This proposal needs to be adequately vetted with public interest. It needs to be discussed in the light of day, not rushed through to a vote in order to cater to the anti-police activists. By contrast, this process typically takes about 32 weeks to get on the ballot. Thus, this proposal should not, I repeat, should not be consummated during a single, non-public video meeting as is being suggested here. I feel compelled to share with you, board members, that America has had it. Enough is enough. It is time for this great state to remember government is of the people, by the people, for the people, and not for anti-police activists. I believe you will do the right thing and deny the current proposal to change the sheriff, district attorney, and assessor's election cycle. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
John Hoffman. My name is John Hoffman, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm calling to speak against a change to the county charter regarding the election cycle of the sheriff, district attorney, and assessor. It was stated earlier that August 8th is a deadline, but I will offer that this is only a self-imposed timeline without true need to be met. This proposed change will have an impact for many generations to come. That there has been no public discussion, no debate, no internal committee review, no draft language, and no answers to many significant questions demands, I repeat, demands, that this proposal be tabled until a later date and decided only after thorough review. As a lifelong resident and voter of Sacramento County, I expect nothing less from all county supervisors who are elected to represent the best interests of all county residents. Again, my name is John Hoffman, and I oppose changing the county charter to move the election cycle of the sheriff, district attorney, and assessor without a clear, concise, and compelling reason to do so. Thank you for all your effort.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Draper. Good morning, members of the board, County Executive Gill. I am an Elk Grove native under District 5, and I'd like to express my unyielding support of Move the Vote, the November ballot initiative. According to accessible voter turnout data, voter turnout during general presidential elections consistently averages 76%. Only in 1996 do we see that voter turnout dropped below 70% to 67.4 during a general presidential election, which is still significantly greater than turnout for primary gubernatorial elections, where the county assessor, district attorney, and sheriff seats are usually decided. The board has to see these percentages and take it as a direct call to action. This isn't an innovative sort of change. It's a no-brainer that we should all be concerned when the electorate is not representative of the people. There are many people who want to be involved and have their voices heard, but our democracy consistently discourages groups of voters that completely suppresses others. This is a common sense initiative. If the board believes in democracy and believes that the people have the right to participate in our elections, then it only makes sense to move the election of these seats. You should feel compelled to listen. You should feel compelled to act with a sense of urgency. To continue in this way, the way we've always done it, is to actively accept voter suppression. Additionally, it's just because something has always been done a certain way doesn't make it right. We shouldn't normalize the fact that voter turnout during a gubernatorial primary is at the rate that it is now. That shouldn't be normal. We should feel a way about that. And we have an opportunity right now to make significant change here. There's an abundance of public support around this issue, and it is up to you guys to listen. I thank you so much for all you're doing. I thank you for taking this into consideration, and I really hope that there is a vote before August 7th. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Mike Giles, and I think that we should all have to give our names and all that kind of stuff. But I just wanted to say that the thing that's on the agenda, I'll just call it that, the thing, I guess, agenda modification or whatever. This is something that needs to be done by the people's vote, not just done kind of where no one can visit or be part of, or, you know, I can say this. I've been on the phone for 2.5 hours, by the way. The people have to vote this in, not just have switches that kind of happen kind of like King George II would have done back in 1775. We need to let the actual people vote on it so they know what's going on. There's too many things that are going on without enough people knowing what's going on. We'll just put it that way. I don't want to take the full 3 minutes because there's lots of other people that are waiting like I did. So thank you very much for taking my comment. And if I'll just step out by saying the people need to vote on it, and because there's just too much chaos going on these days. So thank you, and thank you again.
Thanks for your patience.
Thanks. Okay.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Members, this is Brian Hildreth. I'm a resident of District 3. My message today is that there's no need for a rushed vote to put this measure on the ballot. With time and greater consideration and greater public participation, this issue can be more fully and thoughtfully considered. And some of the issues that I see following this debate that merit further discussion include: what is the goal here? A general goal of elections shouldn't be simply that more voters go out and vote, but that there are more informed voters that go out and vote. Combining county elections with presidential elections runs the risk of making it harder to hear the voices of local candidates, and thereby makes it harder for voters to get informed about local issues, certainly when competing in the fog of a presidential election. But I will also say that based on the PowerPoint presentation that was made, even more voters isn't a guarantee. Consider the 2008 election where there were elections where there were 3 elections that year: a February presidential primary, a June statewide primary, and a November runoff. The June 2008 election had the second lowest turnout of the 14 elections that were outlined on that PowerPoint. Second, I think we need to consider the legalities of implementation. 2 years, a 2-year term or a 6-year term. For example, I didn't hear it discussed today, but there is a reported California Supreme Court case that resulted from an attempted change to the length of terms of members of this board, of this very board. And so I think that merits further discussion, and especially if we're talking about spending $700,000 on an election, we don't want to get past the election only to have a court void the measure because some of its material provisions are unconstitutional. It would be a terrible waste of taxpayer funds, not to mention the time and resources of the county personnel. Third, I think that we can learn from other jurisdictions. For example, the city of San Jose rejected moving its mayoral elections to presidential election years. I don't know why, but I assume that that merits some discussion and further exploration. And finally, I'll say that informed voters applies to the members of this body. Without specific language, an informed decision can't be made by you all, and I would urge the board to avoid a rushed decision on this matter. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes to make your comments. Can you please turn the meeting on mute in the background? Thank you.
Yes, this is Keon Bliss. I'm calling from District 1 Bill Service District, and I really want to thank Anne-Marie Schubert for just making the argument for why we need to actually move the vote to the general election. As she stated before, it's really illuminating that she only apparently became a charter law person just about a week ago in the county charter. If she actually looked at it, not only really is just focused not on democracy, but actually just on administration and business management or whatnot. But it's also the language that we're talking about changing, which this is all this is, just talk, and discussion on the possibility of moving the vote. This language is really simple. District attorneys, sheriffs, and county assessors elections shall be held during the general election. That's it. And just for proper context for folks that are thinking that this is somehow out of the box anti-democratic to move these consequential elections to a place where turnout is more likely. Let's look at the 2018 primary, for instance. In the district attorney's race, only 279,588 voters participated, and where Anne-Marie Schubert was reelected by just 174,957 voters, or 62% of the voter turnout for that race. Now, by the numbers, that means that Anne-Marie Schubert enjoys the direct support of just 23% of registered voters, according to 2018 numbers, and just 11% of Sacramento County's 1.5 million population count. which is likely as far less after her outrageous character assassination of Stephon Clark and her subsequent dismissal of charges against his murderers, Jared Robinette and Terrence Mercadal. Now, by comparison, if you look at Sheriff Scott Jones' own election in 2018, re-election in 2018, he's in no better position. He was reelected with 145,000 voters out of 284,000, which was actually more than participated in the DA race. But even in that, Scott Jones enjoys direct support by just 20% of registered voters and less than 10% of Sacramento County's top 1.5 million people. Now, it's pretty obvious how desperate both of these candidates are to maintain the status quo by guaranteeing that they are only competing within a low voter turnout race. So I really want to thank Anne-Marie Schubert for showing how blatantly ignorant she is of democracy, how utterly dependent upon she is on voter turnout, and how obviously desperate she is in her overreaction to a fact-finding discussion over a simple, easy-to-make change in charter language. It also serves to bring attention to the fact that the DA has received over $420,000 in campaign contributions from law enforcement agencies and associations, which is probably why the resistance to this move of the vote, including those silly mailers that were sent out to people in Sacramento against this.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yeah, I just want to comment that it appears that this resistance against this simple language change and move of the vote is very well funded, very pro-police, and sadly anti-black, anti-brown, which is what we can expect from Anne-Marie Schubert and Sheriff Scott Jones.
Thank you.
Yeah, move the vote.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Joanne Harding. I oppose changing the election cycle of Sacramento County Sheriff, District Attorney, and Assessor until there is a detailed proposal, all questions are answered, and there is adequate public input, including in-person public meetings. This issue is just too important to go forward without these steps being taken. And I ask the board today not to go forward until there is a detailed plan with proper public comment. And further, nothing should be put on the ballot until all of this happens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Are you there, caller?
Go ahead. Apparently we don't have anyone there.
Are people actually on hold for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Well, like they sit here for 2 hours sometimes.
No, I was just, so I mean.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Hi, caller, are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
Yes. We can hear you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is Tim Cotter. To the Board of Supervisors, I respectfully ask that the County Board of Supervisors not change the election cycle for the Sheriff's Department and the DA and the Assessor. Sheriff Jones and DA Schubert were both duly elected by the citizens of Sacramento County for a 4-year term, not for a 2-year term. Both Jones and Schubert have led the Sheriff's Department and the DA's office in providing excellent and professional service to every citizen of Sacramento County, as evidenced by the fact that Sheriff Jones is now serving his 3rd term, and Anne-Marie Schubert was elected by kind of a landslide. To attempt to change the election cycle at this late hour, to me, smacks of political deviousness. There's been no vetting period. There's been no time for political public discussion or debate. There's been no emotional, rational examination of the pros and the cons of such an act. It seems pretty obvious to me that this is a knee-jerk reaction to a vitriol preached by a loud mob of angry people. They and their violent rhetoric do not represent the sentiments of the citizens of Sacramento County at large. They are the loud and vocal few, not the reasonable and quiet many. And I would say if you want to change the election cycle and do it in a 2-year time frame like that, let's elect the sheriff on the next election and the DA on the next election for a 2-year period, and then from then we can move on to the 4-year period after that, and we'll be right in line with the election of the president. Now, I think at this turbulent time, Sheriff Jones in particular is the right man for the job. He's been doing an excellent job. He's been open to discussion and debate. He leads the Sheriff's Department with integrity and honor. And I would say let's Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, let's be the leaders in the state and in the country by not following an unreasonable mob, but instead uphold your citizens' wishes that occurred in the elections. Sober reflection is needed, not emotional overreaction. Now, earlier you've spoken about expanding the voter participation and turnout, and it should be noted, I think somebody else noted earlier, that the current election cycle for the sheriff and the DA and the assessor align with the governor's election. So are you or callers insinuating that voters don't care about the governor's election? By the logic that's employed in that case, we should change the governor election to the same cycle with the presidential election. We should change every elected official who serves a 4-year term. We should change them all to the presidential cycle if you're going to use that logic. It's, in my view, it's all or nothing in that regard. So what I would
Can you conclude your remarks, please?
Yes, I would say let's be governed by thought, intellect, and logic, not by emotion, and do the right thing, even if it seems politically undesirable at this very moment. Do the right thing. And I would just end by saying voters' votes matter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Can you silence the meeting in the background? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Kathy Cook, and I want to start by just saying that I totally support law enforcement. I'm very disgusted with the anarchist and mob violence that's destroying property and statues being defiled that's taking place in Sacramento and around California and our country. And I oppose changing the election cycle right now for sheriff, district attorney, and assessor. We've had no public discussions due to COVID. There's been no due diligence. There's been no committee reviews. And this is a significant piece of legislation. It has consequences, changing the way that we've done elections for the last 150 years. It makes me wonder, why are we talking about this now? And what are the motives for changing this law now? Why has it become such a priority? What's the rush? And I believe that this might be politically motivated by activists that are against law enforcement. And this change is going to cause chaos and confusion in our elections. So for these important reasons, we need more time to understand the issue and more time to debate all the consequences. And that's why I oppose agenda item number 46 to change the election cycle at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Name is James Worrell, live in Sacramento, and I am calling to oppose item 46. I think that the election cycle for sheriff and the district attorney should remain currently with the gubernatorial election cycle, and if this is going to be changed, it needs to be done only after significant public input. Going through the COVID pandemic right now is not the time to do that. It basically does not give the public enough time to be informed or to give voice. And furthermore, studies have not been done on this one. This seems to be something that's being pushed through the back door with ulterior motives, and I would very strongly oppose item 46. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Caller, are you there? Can you unmute your phone? Okay. I'm going to hang up. Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Caller, are you there?
Yeah. Hello? Yeah,
Yes.
My name's Brian Hope.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I am just responding to Sheriff Jones's message that he put out yesterday. I do not want the county to do anything that would limit the police funding whatsoever or make it where it's harder to elect, I guess you'd say, conservative people in this county. I'm very concerned about what is happening with police funding, and if anything happens where any kind of funding is cut towards the police, I will be voting against whoever votes for it in support of defunding the police or anything of those matters. I know this is something pertaining to item 46. I don't have good information on what item 46 is about, but I'm very concerned about what is happening in this county and in the surrounding cities.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Lamaya Holman. I'm a member of Sacramento Area Congregations Together and a District 1 resident. I'm a believer in we the people by the people. And to increase voter engagement, I urge the board to go through the process to put a change to the county charter on the November ballot to move the vote for the county assessor, DA, and sheriff to the presidential election cycles. These positions are really important. They're powerful, and they operate somewhat independently from the Board of Supervisors and the appointed county administrator. They have huge impact on our lives as residents of the county. Something that hasn't been talked about much is that they impact resources that are brought into the county and how those resources are spent, as well as impacting the way laws are applied. Our democracy depends on having high and representative voter turnout. You guys have already heard the increase in voter turnout in presidential versus gubernatorial cycles, and it's even more so true once you start looking at the primaries, where most of the elections have been decided. And it's also true that the people who vote are less representative of the community. And that we don't get as much media attention in the gubernatorial primaries. So increased and more representative voter engagement and participation would bring more attention, accountability, and legitimacy to these elected positions. That in turn could attract more quality candidates and foster competitive races so that voters have more choice. And we can choose what we want for ourselves. Please take this opportunity to improve the lives of all 1.5 million Sacramento residents and to continue the position and to continue to position Sacramento at the forefront of voter empowerment in California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Robin Ayers. I'm in Sioux Frost District. I was on mute earlier for this item, so that's why y'all hung up on me, but hopefully you can hear me fine. I'm calling in support of item number 46. I believe the sheriff, DA, and county assessors should be voted on during the general election rather than a primary election. During the 2016 presidential election, there were over 200,000 more votes in the general election than there were in the primary. Similar results hold true throughout the election history that was provided to you all. People have expressed concerns about people's voices not being heard by putting this on the ballot, but actually putting this on the ballot will allow all registered citizens to vote on this. So everybody's voice would be able to be heard. Additionally, the current office holders will complete their current terms until 2022, so the concerns others have expressed that you will be interrupting current positions is a moot point. If we want public officials to be elected by greater representation of the people of Sacramento, we must place these important positions during presidential general elections. The votes of the people, not public officials, should be the priority. Clearly, DA Schubert demonstrated her primary concern was about her position by first addressing Organized Sacramento's push to have her and Sheriff Jones removed from office. In her presentation, I believe she stated that 89% of those who voted during her election voted for the DA. Using her numbers and applying that to 2016 presidential general election voter turnout, you would have had more votes for the DA than were even possible during her election year. Again, the votes for the people, or the votes of the people, not public officials, should be the priority. Additionally, I support going with scenario number 1 to make this happen. We should not be considering an option where public officials are in office longer than they already are before another election. When someone is in office who does not represent a constituent's values, it is challenging enough to work with that official for 4 years. But adding an additional 2 years to that will not benefit the people. If the people want that person back in office, they will elect them into office. So having a 2-year term from 2022 to 2024 would do no harm to the people who again, should take greater precedence over the career of a public official. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm transferring our last public comment.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hello. My name is Tammy Dreamer, and I'm a resident of Area 3. I'm also the board chair of Organized Sacramento, and we have been working with a coalition to move the vote. In 2018, we worked really hard to build a community coalition like this one. To educate voters about the rollout of the Voters' Choice Act in Sacramento County. And through our work, we helped the Voters' Choice Act be a success. We helped more than 10,000 people know that they could register and vote in the same day. We helped people know that they had 11 days to vote at the vote centers. And again, we formed a community coalition in 2019 to take a look at how we could again expand the voting electorate. And what we came up with was this Move the Vote proposition. We have been meeting for a year and a half, and we have been communicating with our county supervisors. We've had public meetings, everybody's included. Out there, there was information out there for everybody to attend. And so what we're asking for is that you place this charter amendment on the ballot for November. The changes don't take effect until 2022 if it passes. So there is no change to the current election for these officers. And although this feels rushed, we had hoped that this would be brought forward sooner, but because of COVID-19 and all of the work that the county and you all have had to do to keep us safe during the pandemic, this issue hasn't been risen until 3 weeks ago. So I know it feels fast, but these are pandemic times, and here we are. We've conducted, again, community meetings for a year and a half and we have generated a huge amount of community support countywide. If you place the charter amendment on the ballot, we will continue to work to educate voters to pass this measure. And we ask that you honor the work of Congressman John Lewis and your predecessors Grantland Johnson and Isla Collins by placing this important ballot measure on by August 7th. All of those folks mentioned have always worked to expand voter opportunities, and we believe that you should too. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for this important discussion.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our telephonic public speakers. So we'll bring it back to the board for comment and deliberation. Again, today's item, I know a number of speakers said they were a bit confused about certain aspects of what we're considering today, so I'll say it again. Today's item is an informational item, the intent of which is to get the report back that we received from our very capable staff on some of the questions that we posed earlier, and have a thoughtful discussion. I think we've already engaged that. Doesn't mean it's exhausted by any means yet today. And to take an informal straw poll of sorts to find out if there's general interest by a majority of board members to take this further, because taking it further in the immediate sense means to actually have a special meeting to consider up or down whether or not this should be placed on the ballot for November 2020. And to do it so that it is impactful, we'd have to respect the timelines by the state in terms of when we put ballot measures on, so that the public does have enough time to understand it. So with that, I'll start with Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. My thoughts are this. This idea is the opposite of transparent at a time that transparency is more important than ever. It's being proposed in haste for the ballot with no public discussion today withstanding. In the past, changes to the county charter, the board appointed a committee which held numerous public workshops over a period of months to a year, depending on which issue it was, before coming back to the board for a vote. And as of today, we have no ballot language for a deadline of 9 days from now. That certainly doesn't give the public any time to review or understand an issue like this. It also costs our general fund over $750,000 in a budget year, where we know we will have a substantial deficit. So I haven't heard a good reason to go ahead with this in this year.
Okay, does that conclude your remarks?
For the moment.
Great, thank you. Any others? Supervisor Frost.
So I'll start by saying this may well be a wonderful idea. But we really don't have any idea if it is, because it hasn't been properly vetted, and we haven't had time to explore the consequences of it. Some of my thoughts that come to mind are, this is unprecedented. No other county's done this. We would be the first to do this. And when I think of good governance, I think of deliberation and doing due diligence and careful public process and protocol, and it does feel rushed. There has been zero public outreach. The public hasn't had very much opportunity to even know we're having this conversation and to participate. I'm hearing from my constituents that this doesn't feel right during COVID shutdown in the middle of a pandemic for something like this to be rushed forward. Another concern that I have is cost to the county. At this time, the county is currently and for the unforeseeable future going to be in cut mode. It's going to be difficult times coming. And so I'm also hearing from county department heads who have needs that they have submitted, for maybe supplies or items that their department needs that they haven't been able to get over months and over time, and yet we're, as a board, considering spending $700,000 of taxpayer dollars on something that I'm not really sure why we need to. I'm not convinced that we need to do this. That we don't know for sure because we haven't done our due diligence. I feel like there needs to be a deeper dive. We looked at the numbers with the gubernatorial race versus the presidential race, and it's common knowledge that in a presidential race, many of the voters come out and they only vote for the president. So there's a large number of undervotes, and so we don't know if, I imagine all those years ago when when all these counties were formed, and the fact that everybody has their local races on the gubernatorial cycle, there might be a reason why they did that. Maybe because it's at the top of the ticket and it's has more exposure and it's more at the forefront of people's minds. And I worry that those local races will get lost in the confusion and the media frenzy around a presidential race. They deserve, local governance is really, really important. We're the closest to the people. We're the ones that can see the most, and so it's important that that it's at the forefront of their mind when they're voting. So I don't, see myself supporting putting this on the ballot right now. I, support having a conversation and doing that deeper dive that I talked about, and researching what are the consequences and how will this impact us as a county. Are we going to stand out because we're the only county that's on a different cycle? And is it going to put us at a disadvantage? We need to answer some of those questions. And then, so I don't see myself supporting it. I also just want to make one quick comment regarding the Charter Review Committee. Not that I necessarily think we have to have that, but I think if we do have a charter review committee, that those who serve on the committee there should not be a conflict of interest. In other words, they should not be a person or an entity that stands to benefit by the decisions that are made on that committee. It should be a citizens committee. And those are my remarks at this time.
Thank you. Supervisor Tolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank all those that certainly have been patient on the phone today, but also folks that have written us over the course of time. And I would just acknowledge that I actually brought them down here with me today, that all the postcards and emails and phone messages that I've received over the past several weeks, obviously the intensity ramped up over the last several days, but those numbered into hundreds. And I think today, as reflected just in the comments and testimony that was offered, obviously a diversity of opinion that I think reflects to the diversity of the makeup of our community, both on viewpoints, but also as it relates to the positions people take on the matter that we're discussing here today. And I also want to thank certainly our chair for again bringing the matter forward. I know that folks from Organized Sacramento met with me last October. They surfaced the idea and obviously inquired earlier in the spring about the process, but I think as it was pointed out in the presentation, obviously had done research on their own relative to how what's being discussed here today might either get on the ballot either by action of this board or through a petition drive that would qualify it or attempt to qualify it through that particular aspect. I would say too that I think we all acknowledge that the pandemic and the stay-at-home orders and certainly the focus on health and safety of all involved has limited our ability to, one, I think, receive input, but certainly in the manner we would do it here. I know people have referenced it many times today, transparency and having hearings and so forth, and I think we're doing our best under the circumstances to accommodate that real time. And again, I thank our chair and the clerk for their efforts there. I want to just preface my comments briefly here, but I think that this county has been stated by speakers, both those who may have opposed or support us moving forward on a measure, have referenced this county's work over time, and certainly very recently with the Voters' Choice Act, and I think implementation of the vote by mail. Obviously, a number of things have been legislated as it relates to same-day registration and voter access, but I would just say this board, certainly our county administration, and I think the broader community has worked really hard to encourage voter participation, turnout, and education. And again, a number of those things were referenced in a lot of the commentary we heard here today. And I think it's clear that the structure of our governance here locally, certainly our 3 countywide elective officers and 5 members of this board, are entrusted with a tremendous responsibility and privilege of serving the people of this county, and obviously to hear from our constituents and interested parties about matters of importance, and obviously this one, I would just say, I think is of great importance, and so the comments I make obviously are tailored to address it that way. As I've listened and thought about this, and certainly I think reflected on the processes that we've utilized, and again, I don't think there's any template that says you have to take 6 weeks or 32 weeks or 9 days, but I do think embedded in any consideration by this board, obviously, is to have the ability for the community to be aware and to be informed, and I think in modern times, there are different ways to communicate, but obviously this, for some folks, they've been working on this for a year and a half, and in some cases they may have learned about it, a couple of hours ago. And I don't think no matter what processes would be involved, you would still have folks who might at the end of the day still be, surprised that a measure were to be placed on the ballot. But if I look at where we stand, certainly in the realm of counties, and this is the county, obviously, that we're responsible for serving, that, long-standing, again, it doesn't mean, as to what commentary that the historical aspect, but the tradition of having that with the gubernatorial years. And I hear the pros and cons, and just as we all have. And I think it's, to characterize it that by keeping it on the gubernatorial cycle, that somehow that's intended to be voter suppression. I would just say I disagree with that argument. Certain people can hold that argument, but I think that it's been highlighted, obviously, that in presidential election years there may be a higher turnout, but I think it's also been referenced that there may be more focused attention on local races. And again, these are of great importance. They go to the administration and oversight not only of law and justice, but certainly to the allocation of resources in this county. So all that being said, I would just say that I appreciated District Attorney Schubert's presentation and the amount of input we've gotten on this. But I come down today that I believe that if we're going to entertain a measure such as this, recognizing the limitations that the pandemic has brought about, that inhibited, I think, certainly a petition drive, that then we ought to, and I think maybe going forward for the future, because I don't see this being the last issue. I heard embedded in some of the conversation today about, obviously, and we've heard this certainly with more emphasis in the last few months about budgetary matters and relationship of resources and who makes the determinations and so forth. that if, if that continues, and I trust that it will, that then we ought to really, I think, solidify having a charter commission and having, and I think Mr. Gill spoke to this earlier on, and that to Mr. Kennedy's point, I just really understand what he said about his, preparation for, having another meeting, but that also, I think, one thing I take away is that we need to have a charter commission as a standing part of this, and it, we can talk about the Constitution construct if there's a desire to do that. But I think that's the appropriate way to approach this. Some can characterize this as being rushed, others not so much. But I think that the magnitude of what we're, being asked to consider here, and I think certainly the cost associated with it, that is a general fund cost, but if the measure rose to that level of importance, and as 3 members of the board decided to do it, we certainly could put it on the ballot. But I've come to the conclusion after listening and thinking about this quite a bit, certainly today as we've been in session, but also in listening to thinking about over time, that I think that we would be well served to put together a charter commission to look at the serious construct of that. And then look at issues that relate to representation, and certainly encouragement, obviously, of voter turnout. That's an election aspect, but there may be other things in that charter that are of importance that go beyond just the administrative governance of this county, and I think it's probably past time to do that. But for the purposes of advancing this, to ask staff to put together more ballot language and so forth for the November 2020 ballot, I'm not going to support that here today, and I'm sure that comes with a great deal of disappointment for some of the folks who've called in, and probably others that will be happy with that. But that's where I'm at. But I do think that this is an important question and one that won't go away, and it shouldn't just be about those who currently serve or served in the past, but obviously looking to the future. And I think there's an opportunity to do more work around it, and to have this board, on a certain time frame, consider this and maybe other measures as it might be appropriate for future election cycles. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Chair. So, the Public Policy Institute of California said that a move to concurrent elections has the greatest potential to expand voter participation in California's local political arena, and I agree with that. And that's never a bad thing under any circumstances, and I think that this could do that. And that's why I said at the onset of this morning that I was fully, interested in having a full hearing on the matter on its merits. I think that, it's not the most complex issue in the world. It has far-reaching impacts, there's no question, but it's really not that complex. We've decided far more complex issues in a shorter period of time up here. So I was willing to entertain that and supported the idea. That being said, I do understand, and even Ms. Dramer, who was one of the architects of the proposal, even said that she understood why it feels like it's being rushed, and it does feel as though it is being rushed. And I think part of that's the pandemic. Had we started having this discussion up here in March, coincidentally, it would have been about 32 weeks to the election, and would have offered a better opportunity. I think it's clear that there's confusion on what it is, and the public doesn't understand. We heard some members who opposed it were actually arguing on the other side, and vice versa in some circumstances. So I think that shows a great amount of confusion that's out there in the public. But again, I tend to always err on the side of letting voters speak, and allowing them to have a voice in matters like this. But we cannot take a charter change, no matter what it is, lightly. As has been said, it's our Constitution, and takes some long, serious deliberation. So I think that we have not had the last conversation on this issue. I hope that we have not had the last conversation on this issue, but I hope we do it in a better, more thoughtful manner from our perspective, not from the public's perspective, but that we drive a process that actually does not give people the feeling that this is being less than transparent or rushed. Whether that's through a charter commission, which I could support, or some other mechanism. I think that I want to continue this discussion, but we can do it in a better way.
Okay, leaves me. So let me just start by saying that I fully trust the voters of Sacramento County. I trust the voters of Sacramento County when they choose to elect individuals or adopt initiatives or propositions that I don't agree with. There's something sacred about that trust that we place, not as elected officials, but as residents of the county. There's something sacred about what we do to trust people that are eligible to vote to make those decisions. And for me, this is no different. I trust the voters of Sacramento County with this, and I agree with Supervisor Kennedy. I don't think it's a terribly complex subject, and there have been other more complicated matters that have certainly made its way to the ballot, certainly come before this board, where we haven't had 32 weeks, sometimes not even approaching 32 weeks to deliberate and whatnot. But, I understand the frustration expressed by some about their perspective that this is not an optimal timing for them. I understand that. I do think, again, I'll reiterate that the pandemic has really interrupted what would otherwise be, I think, a much more streamlined process for consideration, review, and a vote by this board to consider putting it on the ballot. It's clear to me that, based on the comments expressed thus far by my colleagues, that there's not interest to bring this back this time for a special meeting in about a week's time for consideration by the board to place it on the November 2020 ballot. I think it's unfortunate. I do think there was a lot of legwork and education that really didn't receive a lot of credit in today's discussion and by some of the commenters. I think there's a lot to be said for looking at the merits of moving the vote for these three office holders. One of the callers mentioned, I think appropriately so, it's not just about greater voter participation. It's not just about the quantification of that. It's also about the qualitative aspects of who's voting. We have more diversity when you have votes that are taken during presidential election cycles, and that to me is something very important to try and maximize. I think it's regrettable that we have, in some cases, less than 12% of the 1.5 million people in this county that are represented by office holders that are getting such few votes. And I say that about myself. It's not just reserved for the sheriff or the DA or the assessor. I get frustrated knowing when I have the good fortune of being considered on a ballot that there's not greater participation to determine my future as a representative of this board. That should go for everyone. In terms of the cost, just looking at some of the turnout figures, in one case, it's more than a 26% swing between a presidential election and a gubernatorial election. And I know that every election, regardless of whether it's presidential or gubernatorial, is going to come with its own unique characteristics, and you might have candidates at the presidential level that just by their very nature, who they are and their charisma or not, might encourage more participation. So that's always going to be in flux, but generally speaking, I think there's no real denying the fact that when you do apple-to-apple comparisons of presidential versus gubernatorial elections, that in general, the turnout, the participation level is going to be greater. And to me, that is part of that, sanctity of trusting the voters. So I'm frustrated that we won't be putting this, and disappointed that we won't be putting this on the ballot for 2020, but I respect the process that I helped devise here to try and vet this with the CEO. I respect the opinions of my colleagues. I may disagree with them, but I think it would be fruitless to go ahead and put this on the agenda for a special meeting. So again, I just want to conclude by thanking everyone that has participated, both sides. The fact that you've given so much thought to one of the most essential, important activities that we do as a republic, as a society, which is voting for your elected representatives. I think is impressive to everyone on this board, and I thank you. So I think with that, I don't think we need to say much else. However, I do think there is enough interest expressed by members of the board that I agree with Supervisor Tully. It's not going away. So I think we ought to use, the product of this discussion today to do things like further consideration of a charter review body of some sort. And there's always another presidential election 4 years from now, and that certainly gives everyone ample time to think through this and how to perhaps learn from lessons learned here, and hopefully, let's all cross our fingers and toes, there's no pandemic. So
hope we're done with this one by then.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So now we're going to go back to item 45. And I just want to point out, because I know everyone's probably tired, after item 45, we have item 48 and 49 and 50. Your 2 o'clock item, I'm going to be asking you to drop that item.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay, so item 45, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors and Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. This is the approval of the 2021 Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency budget.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. My name is Susanna Jackson. I am the Chief Financial Officer for SHRA, and I am here to present to you the agency's 2021 budget. So the budget process typically begins in June and extends through the summer, with the final proposed budget officially adopted in November. Typically, we would have multiple budget workshops to provide an overview of revenue trends and projections, as well as presentations specific to housing choice vouchers, public housing, and the development departments. This year, due to the coronavirus pandemic, the agencies received funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Some of these funds must be utilized in 2020. Specifically, those funds provided to the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the Public Housing Operating Subsidy Programs. Due to these time restraints, the agencies focused on using this funding to support the organizational goal of protecting core services to the greatest extent possible by delivering housing and public service programs. As a result, staff has prepared and is recommending a roll-forward budget for 2021, which adopts the appropriations, revenues, and uses of fund balance as recommended for the 2020 budget, with a few exceptions that I will explain on further slides. This slide represents the revenue estimates that were used for 2020 and then again for 2021. The total estimated resources necessary to fund the project's operations and programs for the agency for 2021 is $211.9 million. The agency is comfortable with these estimates because typically the agency uses a conservative approach during the budget development process when estimating its revenues. Therefore, even in the COVID environment, the agency remains confident in these estimates. Also, since the agency does not typically receive general fund money from either the city or the county, the agency is also confident in the state and local funding estimates. Another reason the agency is confident in utilizing the 2020 budget estimates for revenue is that those estimates do not include these funding sources that have been received from the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, also known as the CARES Act. The expenditure deadlines for these funds are beyond 2020. As you can see, the agency receives ESG in the amount of $1.7 million for the county and $1.4 in the city. Examples of eligible uses are funding towards homeless prevention, such as tenant-based rental assistance programs, which could potentially help many residents who are behind on their rent. The funding can also be used for emergency shelters, rehousing, and outreach. The next funding source is the CDBG, that was for $3.4 million for the county and $2.8 million for the city. Homeless services, housing detoxification, and counseling are the examples of the eligible uses. Again, we received another tranche of money, ESG CV2, that is $11.8 million for the county and $10.2 million through the city housing authorities, and again can be used for homeless prevention programs, tenant-based rental assistance, emergency shelters, rehousing, and outreach. HOPWA, which is a smaller pot of money available through the City Housing Authority only, is for homeless prevention and short-term rental assistance for persons with AIDS. The county overall is receiving an additional $16.9 million to the Housing Authority and $14.6 to the city. In this slide, the total of $31.5 million in additional resources is available to assist the most vulnerable in our communities moving forward.
I need to interrupt you. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, just a question. So
yes.
Everything that came in under all those categories, I heard you about the most vulnerable, but it all has to go to homeless? Is there any flexibility beyond that for others who may not be homeless, who are, insecure, but, technically not homeless, or did it specify in all those federal sources that it had to be for homeless?
It's not specifically for homeless. So for the ESG, for example, it can be used for people who are renters. The tenant-based rental assistance is specific for people who may be behind on their rent, and we can establish a program for that.
So have we done that?
Not yet, no.
Does this expire in December?
No.
This doesn't, so this will be available going forward.
Correct.
And what about the block grant? That's entirely for homeless services, and the ones you've listed there, housing, detoxification, and counseling, that's it?
That was one of, from what I'm understanding, part of the action plan that came for that first CDBG CV1 that came forward a few months ago, that was decided that it would be used for, yes.
Okay, so if I just be clear, so what we're acting on today, we're not adjusting anything. We're just we're just putting a stamp of approval on something we already have seen in different formats.
Right. I do think that the CDBG, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, hasn't been decided on yet.
Okay, I'm curious.
So, Lachelle Dozier, Executive Director for SHRA. So you have approved the ESG CV1 and the CDBG CV1. The ESG CV2 and HOPWA, which is really more on the city, has not come before you.
Okay, and so today, by what we're being asked to do to approve the budget, are we locking ourselves into those categories? I heard the response was we haven't got the program yet for maybe renter's assistance, but when is it we would see that, or are we making that decision here today, Lachelle?
No, we're not making the decision today on the funds from the what we call the second tranche of ESG, which is our emergency solutions grant.
Okay, and one other question then. We just have that CV1 for CDBG. This is over and above what the block grant we would receive as our allocation that comes through for, and when are we going to be looking at that? Is that a part of the budget, or is that going to come to us at a later date?
So are you referring to our normal allocation of CDBG?
Yeah.
We are working on that now and working with county staff, and actually have scheduled briefings, and we anticipate that we'll be back to have the discussion about CDBG in October.
Okay, and I want to just again put a marker here, because after we had the hearing last spring, Mr. Gill, you received, at least from this member, a detailed outline of some of the outreach that I felt was important. Obviously, that was some of that was pre-COVID, so maybe that wasn't done. And again, each of us certainly wants to weigh in with projects in our district and or other priorities. But again, as that comes before us, I know that you and Mr. Wagstaff and obviously Lachelle received that. I would hope that that would be addressed. And then there's also the kind of this accumulation of dollars. Some of these were unexpected, and they're for unexpected circumstances here. But it's not just block grant, because ESG and HOPWA, well, like HOPWA goes to city, but the two ESG and the CDBG are also a part and parcel of what we've allocated. And so I would hope that the picture would reflect that.
Yes, and we have your list. Ms. Dozier has it, Mr. Wagstaff has it, and we're looking at that.
Okay, and again, I just may have submitted, but I just want to be sure, because I know that was kind of the charge, was send us your information, so we did that, and I know it's still, so we'll see that after our budget.
Correct.
After county budget adoption.
Correct. And whatever adjustments we got to make, we'll make to our budget, but it'll be after that.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Though, a couple of questions. So you said that this money does not have to be spent by the end of the year.
Correct.
Was that a carve out in the CARES Act, or was, because that's the first I've heard of that?
It was the nature. It was the nature of the funding for ESG and the CDBG.
that they did give us a much longer time frame that we could use to allocate. I think it's up to 2 years.
Correct.
So we do have much more discretion than on some of the other CARES Act money that has to be spent by the end of the year.
Because not everybody's going to be miraculously healthy on December 31st. So I think that's why.
And there's so much different acronyms here. That's why, in fact, we named them Tranche 1 and Tranche 2. And this cannot be confused with the money that the county received, which is CARES Act funding that does require that December 30th.
So the larger money that came in, that cities and county cities over 500,000, unfortunately they're called CARES too, but theirs got carved out for this particular purpose. The one that we have received is more to combat the pandemic and public health, public safety, and cities have similar type money in there. So the rule on that one has got to be spent by December 31st.
So, finer point here, is this additive to the 182 or
Correct.
part
This-
of the 182?
No, this is an additive.
Gotcha.
Right. So the other just point I want to make, and to Supervisor Natoli's point, that is it all for homeless programs? Really only one of the 4 categories up there, one of the 3 that is the county, specifically says homeless. Homeless prevention is not necessarily, I mean, it's a completely different thing.
Correct. In terms of the ESG, the second tranche that we are currently working with the county to bring forward to you, it does have a provision where you can do tenant-based rental assistance as a prevention measure to homelessness. Right. So those who are at risk or imminently in danger of becoming homeless, you can craft a program that allows you to help with rental assistance.
Okay, thank you.
So what does a roll forward budget mean and what's changed? The 2021 proposed budget recommends total expenses of $213.3 million, which is an increase of 1.4 or a 0.7% increase. This change in annual budget appropriation is a result of increases in salaries, benefits, and public employees' retirement system obligations, as well as any changes in FTEs or full-time positions, mostly attributed to staff that were approved throughout the year. As you can see, comparatively, the remaining categories of operations, capital projects remain consistent with 2020. So with that, we request approval of the agency 2021 budget, and I'm here to answer any further questions.
Great, thank you. Any further questions for staff? Anyone signed up to speak telephonically?
Not for this item, no.
Okay, Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, I do have a quick question. Has this budget been reviewed by our financial department? It has been in the past.
It went through the same process?
Same process, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so there.
Yeah, Brett, I'm just taking a second. Yes. It's gone through the same process we've done in the past.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for your patience with the rearranging of hearing items today. You probably learned a lot more than you thought you would about changing election cycles by the ballot. Okay, there's no public comment. We received the staff report. Any further comments by the board? If not, I take a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Natoli. Chair will, Supervisor Kennedy was second. Please vote.
Oh, sorry. Can you do that again? I'm sorry, I was too quick.
Right,
Are you hungry?
Unanimous vote.
Very good, thank you.
9 yeses.
Okay, for item 47, I do need a motion to drop this item. This is the zoning code and county code amendments related to industrial hemp. It was a zoning ordinance amendment to chapters 3 and 7 of the zoning code and an addition of 6.87 to the county code related to industrial hemp.
Mr. Natoli, do you want to make a
Yeah,
motion?
so moved. And I guess you'll bring it back after you've continued to work with the commissioner, ag commissioner, and the...
Ag Commissioner, go through the Delta Mac, and then go to Planning Commission, then come
Yeah,
back.
okay, good.
So it's a couple months out.
Okay.
All right, if there's no further discussion, it's been moved by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have item 48 is an appointments from your own ranks to the first 5 commission.
All right, I enjoy serving on the First Five Commission. I would enjoy continuing to serve on the First Five Commission as its chair, so I'd respectfully ask my colleagues to consider that. All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost and seconded by Supervisor Kennedy to keep me appointed to serve as chair to the First Five Commission. Let's do them separately, so let's vote on that first. Thank you.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote, and then...
Okay, and then I'd like to nominate Supervisor Kennedy to continue serving as the vice.
Second.
When Phil Cern is the chair and you're the alternate, it's kind of a third wheel situation.
Kind of lonely.
All right, it's been made by Supervisor Peters, seconded by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. We have another appointments to your own ranks for the Sacramento Central Groundwater Authority.
Okay.
Yes, and Forrest Williams intends, but things are ramping up a little bit, so yeah, I would gladly continue to serve.
Okay, Supervisor Frost has nominated Don. I'll second the nomination as a motion.
And we're going to do one motion for Mr. Natoli to be the member and Forrest to be the
You
alternate?
can do both. You can just do them both.
Okay, and you...
I seconded.
Thank you.
Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote.
Okay.
And then let's do your nominations. That's item 50.
So it's my bad. I don't have my vote sheet. Thank you.
And I can help you if you need.
All right.
You are continuing to August 11th, the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board. Continuing to August 18th, the Disability Advisory Commission. Continuing to September 1st, Assessment Appeals Board, County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Casumnas, County Service Area 4C, Delta, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Human Services Coordinating Council, and the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council. So your first item is Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Carrie Lockwood and Joseph Kammerer.
Okay. Children's Coalition.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Sidra Ahmad and then continuing the remainder until August 11th, please.
Yes. Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Natoli.
Continue September 1st, please.
Okay. And the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Mr. Natoli.
Same. Continue to September 1st.
Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Arthur Starkovich and waive the process.
Second.
Unanimous vote. Galt Arno Cemetery District, Supervisor Natoli.
Continue September 1st, please.
Yes. Sacramento County Youth Commission,
Just continue to our next meeting, which is,
August 11th.
okay, please, August 11th. Thanks.
Let me change that. Okay, and then we have the, I lost the title on this item. Can someone, hang on a second, I'm sorry.
South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council?
I think so, it got cut off, yes, that's what it is.
For D2.
Yes, Supervisor Cerna, thank you.
Continue to September 1st.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Someone that forgot their vote sheet, that feels like an accomplishment.
I had a printing error. Okay, so now we're on to your comments from your county executive
No comments.
Okay.
and supervisor comments.
Board member comments. Supervisor Frost.
I would just like to request, Flo, if you could maybe update the live meeting comment instructions to be a little bit more clear, because it says here that people on the day of the meeting should call in 15 minutes before the start of the meeting and wait until they're placed to be prompt in the call for that item. Is it possible to maybe say call within a certain amount of time before the agenda, the timed item, or before the agenda item? Because there were people on the phone for 2.5 and more hours, and they could have just called at 10:30 and only been on the phone for a shorter time. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay,
Yes,
thanks.
and we will.
Okay. Supervisor Tolley, any comments?
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I know we have a couple of adjournments. Before we get to those adjournments, I would just like to make mention of the fact that my understanding is that the City of Sacramento has recently held a workshop, public workshop, of course remotely, and I believe also appropriated some resources from their, I think it's their general fund, I'm not sure, for a sobering center, I think is the vernacular they're using when it comes to methamphetamine addiction, which is great to hear. And I appreciate members of the council that have heard from me over the years that that is something that I've expressed a lot of interest in doing here in Sacramento County. But what I would like the CEO to please do and work with my office on prior to budget, and I know things are beginning to add up in terms of the prior to budget items, but I would like to meet with you, Nav, and the appropriate executive staff that you want to bring to learn what we might do to complement what the city's done. There's been some discussion some ideas that I've expressed about possibly looking at a program that takes advantage of the sobriety that people are forced to have while incarcerated, and something that we might be able to do, especially as it relates to methamphetamine addiction, immediately following release from our two jail systems. So I'd like to kind of step up the level of that conversation and get it teed up before budget.
And as you know, we've got 811 G Street, we've got our grant in there too, so this fits right in.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, if there are no further comments by board members, like I mentioned, we do have two adjournments. We'll go with Supervisor Peters first.
Thank you. I would like to adjourn today in memory of Robbie Waters. On Monday, former Sacramento County Sheriff and Sacramento City Councilman Robbie Waters passed away at age 84 as a result of coronavirus and a couple of other things. While the role of law enforcement has been a very heated topic of debate these past months, I think we ought to note that when Robbie was Sacramento County Sheriff, he instituted many positive change for the Sheriff's Department following his election in 1982. In particular, he's credited with establishing a sheriff's substation in the North area, and he expanded the Sexual Assaults Bureau within the Sheriff's Department. He also initiated increasing minority representation within the department's leadership ranks, and the same year he promoted to command a sheriff's detective division a woman. It was thought that at the time she was the first woman in the nation to head such a division. My, that's an old picture of Robbie on the screen. Prior to his election, he had a nearly 30-year career with the Sacramento Police Department, rising up the ranks to position of lieutenant. In 1975, he was awarded the Sacramento Police Department Silver Medal of Valor for his actions involving a shooting at a South Sacramento shopping center. Following his one term as sheriff, he would later go on to serve on the Sacramento City Council for 16 years. And following the death of Joe Cerna in 1999, Robbie ran for the open seat of Sacramento mayor in 2000 and just missed advancing to the November runoff by 2,000 votes. Robbie Waters served the residents of this county in various capacities over his lifetime. I think it's appropriate the Board of Supervisors adjourn today in his memory.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters, and I think you kind of beat Supervisor Kennedy to the punch.
Oh, you stole my thunder.
I think Robbie has something to do with that. Yeah, he wants to get mentioned twice, huh?
So since I don't have to do anything formal, I did want to mention a couple of things, and everybody.
I was supposed to ask you.
That's everybody who knew Robbie has stories about him, and many of which we cannot say on television. But I remember once when it was during an election season, and it was when he was running for his last term on city council. And he went into the runoff, and the next day I get a phone call, and he says, "Kid, it's Robbie Waters." I says, "Yes, Robbie, what can I do for you?" He says, "I was going to endorse you, but looks like I got a race, and I don't want to piss off anybody you've pissed off." And it goes to Robbie, as always, what you see is what you get. And for my neighborhood and the district I represent, the indelible mark that he left, which will live on as his legacy, is the wonderful library that he really was instrumental in making happen. So,
I too certainly have a number of memories over the years of Robbie, mostly in his capacity as a city council member, working alongside my father, And one of the things I think, if you lived in Sacramento for any number of years, you would understand that the dynamic between my father and Robbie was, it could get animated at times. And certainly he had two strong personalities, different views on things. Certainly, I think you had a deep down mutual respect there. But for me, the memory that I'll certainly keep forever of Robbie is the fact that despite those very, very strong differences of opinion with my father, the day that my dad announced that his cancer had returned and that he was going to do everything he could to fight it, tears welled up in his eyes. So that kind of tells you about his character. Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, I can't add much to what's been said here, and I think, as some of you said, though, that obviously stories of times when either were public meetings with him or in other settings, but I would just say that I consider Robbie a friend, and certainly he and Judy, I know, were quite a team, and as Supervisor Peters says, obviously leave behind his wife and children. But just a quick kind of a funny story. Right after he got elected sheriff, we had a community meeting in Rosemont. I still remember this well, that he and my predecessor Toby Johnson attended the meeting, and it was out in Rosemont, and there was a proposed work release facility that the sheriff's department was bringing forward, and I think Robbie'd gotten advice from some of his lieutenants or advisors that this was going to be a piece of cake, and I think little did Robbie know. And you walk in and you had a gymnasium full of people, and obviously they were very concerned about what was being proposed and so forth. And and after the meeting, I still remember him walking out to the car and just shaking his head like, well, I didn't know I signed up for all this. But nonetheless, I think he took his job seriously, whatever it was, certainly his career in law enforcement and his term as sheriff, and obviously his service on the city council. And I know he cared about the people of this community very deeply, and I think they likewise care about him, and certainly condolences to him and his family. And again, a good man.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further business before this board, we will adjourn in memory of Robbie Waters.
Closed session.
We do have one closed
session. We have one closed session.
Quick.
You do?
Upstairs, 7th floor.